Microphone. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ronchita, it's good to see you after a long time. Ranjita, can you see me and hear me?
No, I cannot
I
see.
can see you.
Yes.
I can see you,
Good
Ranjita.
morning.
You're joining from North Bengal, right? Yes, I can
Yes.
see you.
After a
After
long
a
time, no,
long
ma'am.
time, we are joining in. I'll be there to hear you as well. So I'll be there for the full
No,
session.
it's a big honor, and in fact, it's also very tense moment for me.
Nana, it's a pleasure. It'll be a pleasure to hear you. So I'll be there for the full inaugural session. Good to see so many students.
Yes, ma'am.
Umar Jallis, are you there? I would love to say hello to you. He's an old student of Jamia. I think he's making a presentation also.
Uh,
Presentation.
but you were there virtually, Rumkidi, on 19th. Uh,
Ronjita,
your
were you there in the 19th symposium?
No, I could not be there. I could
Ah,
not be there.
it
I had
was a
another
good
engagement.
symposium. It was a good symposium. I was there throughout. We were
Mm.
one of the organizers, so
Mm.
I had to be there in the symposium. That was very well attended. Almost 250 joined in the morning, and
Mm.
till the end, there were about 150 participants.
Yeah, that is a big
Yes.
platform actually.
I think BIPS is a big platform for you now. That's
Mm. And they are also very tech savvy. Actually, this pandemic has opened up this forum for us, and
forum.
which is a good one.
Exactly. Pandemic has opened up this forum. We can address any All
Mm.
India gathering now,
Yes.
anywhere, any webinar we can join anywhere in India. That
Mm.
is a huge opportunity,
And
no
it
doubt.
is also helping us in the sense that many external teachers, they
Mm-hmm.
can connect to the students from different universities, like they can be some
Exactly.
special lectures. In
Right.
fact,
We can have, now we have the choice of having seminars, webinars, or anything in even hybrid mode.
hmm, I did one
Partly, yes,
in
hybrid.
Manipur. I could not go to Manipur, but then they
Hmm,
arranged for a hybrid mode, and it was
exactly.
nice. It
It
was
was nice.
like
I think
subtitles
if
also were there.
eventually this is what will stay on even
Huh,
after COVID.
that is
You
true.
will have a choice always to address either it's personally, or you choose the webinar mode, or the entire event could be in hybrid mode.
Hmm.
So that is a good thing that has happened after COVID.
Yes. Actually, I would connect to you very soon. For
Sure, sure. Of course, you're welcome. I mean, I'll be always happy to connect. So
Mm,
I saw the list today. When I read your name, I was very happy. I said, "Oh, Ronjita, after a very long time." I have happy memories of being in your
indeed.
university, so
Mm.
that was really nice. So when you come to
Yeah,
Delhi, please meet me.
definitely,
Yes,
definitely, ma'am.
you come, right? Uh,
So
so where?
actually, this uh, due to this pandemic, many kind of institutions, they are opening up, and in the sense that they're opening up to accepting online classes.
Yes,
So
yes,
it has also given us a flexibility. If you are
exactly,
attending for
exactly.
classes, like you can
Your
request.
university has opened in the physical mode?
Yeah, we are having online and offline both. It is a
Both.
blended mode.
Oh,
Blended.
so again, you are also offering hybrid
Yeah.
option to your students.
Mhm.
Right.
We are
That's.
offering hybrid options. In
But
fact,
I think in West Bengal, most universities, colleges have reopened in the physical mode.
reopened. Yes,
Yes.
physical mode they have reopened, but then if you have to maintain COVID protocol, it is quite difficult.
Difficult.
Hmm.
Exactly. The very
So we
difficult.
are having one day online, one day offline.
Offline. Right, right, right.
But online is better in some ways, especially like that is also something that we shared with the good students. prefer to have online mode because they also can give their time to studies, like they can read more. That's what I found. Their
That's true.
reading has increased. Like
Because they don't have to commute.
travel,
The
yes.
commuting time is saved. They
Commuting,
don't.
and then also when you are going to an offline mode class, then you have a lot of chit chat, and your
Yes.
time goes there. Now you are
A
just,
full, right.
huh,
A full day may go in traveling
yes,
only.
traveling and then gossiping and like spending time in other, that is also important. But
Right. That's true. That's very true. So I think students are realizing the advantages of both.
yes, they in
Uh,
fact ask, request,
they
like
But a lot of my students are happy to get back to campus. They
yes,
just want that university life, that
that is
campus
also
life. That
essential,
is
that is
something
also
they miss.
essential. It's
They
a
miss
kind of
that.
a, huh,
The
it has
socializing,
other,
that being with other students, staying
hmm,
on campus, these were advantages of the earlier mode. So that is
yes.
students
And
miss.
new linkages also happen, no? Like it is, education is not just attending classes and doing
Classes,
things, but
exactly.
there are other things also. But it is also open, like many of my students during the pandemic, they found out some sites which were like international universities, they were giving courses, 5 days, 10 days,
Right, right.
some modules. They attended those. Apart from the classes, regular classes, they were also doing it.
Or
So,
something else.
huh.
Yes. They have the options, more
Hmm.
options now
Hmm.
of taking offline or online classes. That
Yes. So this is, I think, one advantage that has happened.
absolutely very
The
true.
only thing is now, like we are talking like this, that is,
I know it's such a pleasure to meet old friends through webinars. This is
yes.
something that could never have happened before. So
Ah,
this
no,
is
but then that physical mode has its charm, like you meet, you interact,
interact.
you
You're
do a lot of discussions, and very often the classes are okay, but in case of seminar, we do have interactions, but that kind of, when you look at the face, you have a lot of other
yes.
kind of
Actually,
happiness.
there is no substitute for offline classes in the physical mode. The classroom mode is always
Always.
preferable to students on the
Yes.
whole.
Hmm.
You know, to be in a classroom with your teacher, directly interacting with the teacher,
That
that
is very
is
essential.
very essential also.
Hmm.
So I think we get ready for the webinar
Yes.
to begin. The organizers are here probably.
Yes, they are there.
The hosts must be here.
The webinar host is there, I think. It is.
They are waiting for
Hmm.
maybe the college principal to arrive.
Hmm. So you are having regular classes.
No, no, not really. Again, in Delhi, things have not really reopened. They're
Hmm.
waiting for a month maybe, and March they will start.
Right.
That is the idea. So the webinar host is somewhere here. I can
Hmm. Yes,
see.
yes. I can see her.
We have joined. Ranjita and me have joined.
And we started
Speakers.
our own seminar.
In a
Good
very nice.
morning to you, ma'am, and welcome.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
With all of your permission, may I start?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
sure, sure.
Please. Huh.
Our respected principal sir is with us. So, good morning and a warm welcome to respected principal sir and the chairman of today's webinar, respected speakers, presenters from different colleges, my dear colleagues, friends, and my beloved students. It is giving me immense pleasure to welcome you all on the virtual platform of the National Webinar on Perspective of Social Justice in India, organized by Department of Political Science, Hindi Shift, Banwarilal, Bhalotia College, Asansol, West Bengal, India, under the aegis of IQSC. Myself, Professor Piali Banerjee Paul, on behalf of my entire department, Professor Pavan Guru Sir, Professor Santosh Bhagat, Professor Queen, Madam, a warm welcome to all of you. The concept of social justice is generally identified with the concept of freedom, liberty, and equality. It has been traced back, as we all know, in ancient times too. The term social means something that pertains to the structure of society, while justice is equality, while all of them believe to be. Social justice is explained in terms of different categories and perspective. Today, with the blessing of all of God, we will all focus on the concept of social justice on various perspectives. May I now welcome our respected principal sir and the chairman of the webinar, Dr. Amitava Vasu sir, to deliver his inaugural speech. Please, sir. Sir is not audible. Sir is not audible.
Your mic is muted. Professor Basu, your mic is muted.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Fiali. Very good morning and hearty welcome to all our keynote speaker, resource persons, paper presenters, and participants on behalf of Banwarilal Bhalotia College, Asansol. I take a great pleasure in announcing that our political science department has once again organized another international webinar on the theme Perspective of Social Justice in India under the aegis of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. We all know that in an uncertain world, in the grief of fear psychosis, we, the BB College fraternity, kept the wheels of intellectual interaction moving through organizing webinars, workshops, and other online academic activities. We adapted ourselves to the new realities and challenges which had made social distancing compulsory, shifting from normal conference physical mode to e-conference because at BB College, we believe that institution of higher education is for dissemination and exchange of knowledge and ideas, and the darkness of dreaded corona could not dampen our spirit in our intellectual pursuit. It is said that necessity is the mother of invention. During this corona period, we adapted ourselves in this mode, and the academic fraternity is really blessed to get the opportunity of listening to such dignitaries whom we could not have access before in our physical mode due to financial constraint and other problems also there. The responsibility lies on all shoulders, and as a premium college in this field, our responsibility is no less. I once again express my heartfelt delight in welcoming and inaugurating this conference. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the keynote speaker and the resource persons to this session, Professor Rumki Basu, Senior Fellow and Head, Center for Public Policy and Health and Governance, Institute of Social Science, New Delhi. Professor Ranjita Chakraborty, Department of Political Science, North Bengal University, and Professor Jaharat Ara, Director Research and Development, Collective RDC, Bangladesh, for giving their consent to deliver their valuable lecture for our webinar. We are really indebted to all for you giving kind consent to deliver keynote lecture for this session, and we are very eager to listen inspiring words from all of you. Thank you very much. And today theme concept of social justice. I am not going into detail because our enlightened speakers are there to to enlighten our participants. I just want to say that concept of social justice is one which can never lose its relevance. The issue of justice has plagued the mind of men since time immemorial. Plato's main quest was to establish a just society. In ancient India, the name of King Vikramaditya was considered as a paragon of justice. Since men are rational beings, the mere fulfillment of bare necessities of life is not enough. Liberty, equality, justice are all democratic values. While liberty and equality are the product of modern age, an offshoot of revolution like French Revolution, American War of Independence, American War of Independence, French Revolutions, all these are uh, the quest for justice is much older. Justice, however, is intimately linked with equality. Social justice means all the section of society, irrespective of their caste, creed, gender, and religion, shall get equal access to opportunities in all respect. In other words, identical treatment in identical circumstances not only constitute equality, but is the very basis of justice. However, the people belonging to the backward classes have suffered centuries of marginalization. Hence, keeping this in mind, the constitution makers of India have kept a broad and long-term view of social justice, which will ultimately enable all citizens to come at same level. Therefore, though fundamental rights like right to equality, right to freedom are common to all citizens of India, but special provisions for the people belonging to backward classes like SC, ST, and OBC are there in the Indian Constitution in matter of education, employment, etc. Though this is the discrimination, but it is term protective discrimination or reserved discrimination, and this comes within the greater ambit of social justice. The social justice aimed to dissolve the inequalities that have been created for centuries. Though the Indian Constitution is determined to establish social justice, but violation of justice is very much prevalent. And for this, the third organ of government, the judiciaries, has main role to play, which is the interpreter and guardian of the Constitution. Social justice is not just possible by legal provisions and legal safeguards alone. It is imperative that the citizens become conscious of their rights and resort to all remedies, including the legal ones, to protect themselves from all kinds of injustice. Then only social justice can prevail in true sense. So with these few words, once again, I want to thank all our keynote speakers, invited speakers, paper presenters, participants of our college and other colleges, researchers, scholars, research scholars and students. And last but not the least, very special thanks to all the members of our organizing committee, especially the Department of Political Science. Without their active involvement and enormous effort, this conference would have not been possible. And I wish a grand success of this conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your esteemed speech. You have always been our inspiration, and we hope to enhance and expand ourselves in the field of knowledge under your guidance. May I now take the pleasure to request our first keynote speaker, Professor Rumki Basu Madam. Madam is a senior fellow and head for the Center of Public Policy and Governance in the Institute of Social Sciences, New Delhi. Formerly, she was head and professor of public administration in Jamia Millia Islamia 2005 to 2021. Madam was also the director of the Center for Jawaharlal Nehru Studies and the Sarojini Naidu Center for Women Studies in Jamia. She has published 13 books, 26 articles, and 18 book chapters on issue of public policy and governance, international organization, and political economy of development in India. She has presented papers in the World Congress of Political Science at Poznan 2016, Madrid 2012, Santiago 2009, Seoul 1997, and Berlin 1994, besides participating in international workshops in South Asia and Pacific region. Her latest 3 books includes Democracy and Public Policy in the Post-COVID-19 World, Choices and Outcomes of 2021, Public Administration in the 21st Century 2019, and Governance in South Asia 2017 has been published by Routledge, Francis, and Taylor Crow. I'm honored to announce that she has received the Indian Council for Social Science Research Teacher Fellowship Award and the Bharat Jyoti Award in 2013 by India International Friendship Society. She has also been a recipient of the Mary Hamilton Award 2021 as a recognition for the major contribution made to the field of international public administration by the American Society for Public Administration. May I now request Madam to please deliver her esteemed deliberation. Please, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Amitabh Boshu, Principal Banwarilal Bhalotia College, Asansol, and the Department of Political Science for having invited me today as one of the keynote speakers for their national seminar on perspectives of social justice in India, organized by the Political Science Department. Let me state at the outset that I will make my presentation and share my thoughts on the theme from the perspective of public policy priorities in the context of social justice needed in the contemporary post-COVID-19 pandemic era, an era which comes perhaps once in 100 years. Therefore, I will look at social justice from a citizen perspective from the largest democracy in the world, that is India. I'm happy to be invited to speak to the teachers and students of political science, and I'm really honored to have been given this opportunity to share my views in the public domain on this very timely and relevant topic of social justice here today. Now, in the last few decades, if we look at the major paradigm shift in the discourses on democracy, what stands out is the distinction made between a procedural notion of democracy and that of a substantivist one, wherein democracy is debated by the functioning of its public institutions in the first, and the package of citizen entitlements in terms of economic rights and access to public goods on the other. This seems to me an adequate analytic framework to discuss democracy and issues of public governance in India. I would like to argue that despite huge deficits in the actual functioning of our public institutions and agencies and the constitutional guarantees of civil and political freedoms, carved hollow perhaps by economic inequities and social exclusion, the fact that we do qualify as a stable functioning political democracy amidst our politics of scarcities is amply acknowledged in political theory and practice today. Public governance, broadly defined as government in action, is both universal and country-specific in content and public impacts. Reflective of changing governmental ideologies, public administration as an activity is constantly reinventing its nature and scope. We cannot escape the fact that public administration is always articulated in accordance with the historical specificities in which it is situated. Though attempts to evolve universal interpretative models of its nature and processes have continued. I refer to the Western models. Democracy and development must be seen, to my mind, as closely linked, functioning under similar constraints and both subject to political contestation. If the discourse on democracy has moved from the procedural to the substantivist, so has the discourse on development after the 1990s. The UNDP Human Development Reports and the consensual legitimization of the Sustainable Development Goals by 193 states in 2015 leaves us in no doubt that the criteria of good governance must be politically determined. But Ideally, the definition of good governance in any society must be the product of a social consensus, which can only emerge from a milieu of democratic politics. The idea of governance as a more or less technical facilitator of development, delimited from conceptions of democracy or welfare, is a highly sterile and misleading notion. As we transit from the politics of scarcity to the politics of prosperity, the nation building exercise needs to be redefined in terms of substantivist notions of democracy, which means democracy defined in terms of concrete citizen entitlements and rights. Democracy and good governance can be linked in theory and practice by the rights-based approach to the delivery of public services. If, in the post-globalized era, the state and public power both stand ideologically critiqued and belittled, the pressures of populist democracy demanding an agenda of citizen-centric public governance will bring, to my mind, the state right back into the heart of the governance reform discourse. Public power and policy needs to match implementation and governance outcomes through enhanced public outlays and better accountability mechanisms. Citizens need to be empowered, not with promises and charity, but with justiciable rights. When India encountered its first case on January 30, 2020 in Kerala, COVID-19 seemed like some unknown infection in a corner of China that seemed to have created a scare. Today, the pandemic has claimed the lives of over 5 lakh Indians, and India has changed in seminal ways. India's governance structure has confronted the most serious multidimensional crisis in its history. Its political life is on the verge of a potential transformation, both in form and substance. Its public health system has emerged as the most critical determinant of the nation's ability to fight the pandemic and revive. Its economy has gone through an unprecedented slowdown. Its governing economic philosophy has again shifted to primacy of state initiatives. India's labor force has gone through a humongous tragedy, more severe than the scale of human migration experienced after the partition. India's poor have got poorer, and the middle class has seen opportunities shrink, jobs disappear, and incomes depleted. As the world grapples still with the coronavirus pandemic, India had enforced the world's largest and most stringent lockdown from 25th March 2020 for almost 3 months, with several other measures to contain the pandemic. It was during this period, and mark my words, that the centrality of the Indian state in the world's largest democracy truly entered the collective consciousness of its 1.3 billion citizens as never before. COVID-19 impacted the way the democratic Indian government, the 28 Indian states, the private sector, and the citizens behaved, seminally changing public life as we know it today. Ever since 1991, with the onset of new economic policies, the state-market divide had been changed irreversibly, with state minimalism and market-driven growth being espoused as the official policy of the Indian state. The days of administrative overreach and the philosophy of the welfare state seemed outdated in a globalized neoliberal era in the last 30 years. Then, suddenly, or so it seemed, with the March 25 lockdown, everything changed in India, and the state came to command the central heights again. COVID-19 was destined to place both the central and the state governments at the forefront of the response to the pandemic. Indian citizens were not looking to the private sector for any service they needed, be it food and essential supplies, medicines, healthcare, security, transportation, policing in lockdown zones, or even research for a new vaccine. For all the real and impressive strength of India's private initiative since 1991, and I acknowledge that, in raising India's growth rates, given the scale at which this pandemic need to be handled, had to deliver a certain universalism of outcomes. Private action cannot be a substitute for government action. Rarely has the Indian state been put to test for its resilience, integrity, efficiency, decision-making processes, and capabilities as it is now being put to test. However, it's naive to believe that electoral democracy can generate immediate economic payoffs or reductions in poverty, which will transform the lives of the people. However, what democracy can do is to strengthen electoral accountability so that politicians have strong incentives now to deliver public goods and services according to citizen needs. Democracies can limit the abuse of power, but are slow, deliberative, and procedure-oriented, unable to always deliver efficient outcomes. When we look at policy making and implementation in India, the greatest bane of the Indian state has been its underperformance, despite its vibrant democracy and trained civil service. Democracy has survived in India despite a low-income economy, widespread poverty, illiteracy, and ethnic diversity. Judged by developing country standards, India's greatest asset has been that it has been ruled by civilian elected governments throughout its post-independent history, with a competent civil service which has always underperformed and has never been answerable. The civil service is not answerable to the public directly. So unlocking India's potential and enabling it to take its position in the global arena will require, above all, a strong visionary political leadership and a world-class civil service to manage a country of such continental proportions like India. India's per capita expenditure on health, for example, is 1.8% of our GDP. It is one of the lowest in the world. Despite apparent inequities regarding access to healthcare, 1.03 beds for every 1,000 persons, it's also well known that Indian doctors and its private healthcare system are among the best in the world. One of our biggest achievements has been keeping the death rate in COVID-19 to one of the lowest in the world. In the last 3 decades, it was our states which were at the forefront of our political and development reforms, whether it is public health, right to information, e-governance, and right to employment, public service guarantees, and all such initiatives have come from the Indian states to be followed up by the center later. In fact, 80% of development expenditures are spent by and in states which have led the fight against the pandemic. So by putting treatment protocols in place, ranging up medical infrastructure and humane treatment of migrant workers, by activating the existing laws again, states set the benchmarks. In the post-COVID-19 era, it is the states again that we are looking for bold structural reforms for growth and implementation of SDG goals to pave the way for a true welfare state in India. And I'll tell you the link. There is another reason why I consider states matter. The biggest bane in India today is the phenomenon of differentiated citizen entitlements in different states of India. For example, you might get access to a decent platter of public goods like food, education, and health, depending on the public governance of a particular state in India. NREGA, for example, which is the world's largest employment scheme, the Food Security Act guaranteeing food to 74% of Indians, these are one of the world's largest food distribution networks. Even Ayushman Bharat is also the world's largest public health insurance program. Put together, they do empower large populations in India with substantive welfare benefits. But the only problem is that these schemes are not run with uniform efficiency or access in every state of India, leading to a lack of universalism of outcomes. A citizen is morally entitled to the same package of rights and basic public goods as another citizen. That is what citizenship theory in political science tells you. But that never happens in India. What divides is the quality and efficiency of governance of a particular state of India where you may happen to reside, or even in which sector you may choose to work, formal sector or informal sector. In fact, today when we talk of migrant workers' rights, for example, the debate figures around the issue that all citizens of India should get uniform welfare benefits from the government. For example, food or medical care, irrespective of the state of residence or sector of work. This was the logic behind the One Nation, One Ration Card scheme enforced after the corona crisis. Now let me go directly to the social justice issues. Let me examine the welfare architecture of the Indian state. A very crucial gap exists in the way the Indian state deals with its poorest citizens. Today, there is a debate about how we deal with welfare through subsidies or direct cash transfer to the poor, digitization of welfare benefits to plug leakages, and also there is a debate for movements and campaigns to raise public awareness through public action. This is the debate around welfare and social justice today. 400 schemes come under the direct benefit transfer. The central government's biggest mandate should now be to weave together a credible welfare architecture and execute it with efficiency and effectiveness in collaboration with states so that it reaches every Indian beneficiary who needs it most. The Indian state should not only be fair, it should be perceived to be so. What is required is making employment generation the center of our political discourse. In democracies, the poor and the marginalized have only one advantage, the power of the vote. Lastly, COVID-19 has highlighted the need for providing universal free healthcare. Universal insurance coverage will not be enough. Raising the share of expenditure on healthcare to 3% of the GDP can ensure the right to health, which has not been passed as yet, to all. So therefore, a well-designed social protection architecture should not be seen as charity or financial profligacy. The pandemic has further reinforced the need for a welfare state. Identification of beneficiaries today is entirely possible through existing databases, which have hugely been improved. Schemes such as NAREGA or PDS need a universal modest income transfer, which can drive growth by boosting demand, correcting market failures, improving credit access, and providing the income needed for people to invest in health and education. Contrary to popular imagination, I say this with emphasis, India is not a poor state anymore. We have enough public finances to take care of our citizens by devolving these welfare benefits to those who need most. Now I will give examples. Let us say creating a true welfare state in India for a target group of the marginalized, that is those who need public goods and services desperately, are never more than 300 to 400 million at a time, which will cost about 10% of our GDP in a given year. The heartening news amidst the entire corona period is that food and medical supplies are not in shortage. Even universal corona vaccination now seems to be well within the capacity of the Indian state. Livelihoods can be restored by initiating a massive public works program focusing on rural roads and housing, for example, which will provide a huge stimulus to the economy and revive growth. I'm talking from the perspective of a political economist. Let me move to China. In the post-corona period, the India-China comparison must be brought in when public policy challenges are the focus. China underwent some very bold reforms, which made them the manufacturing powerhouse of the world they are today, enabling them to grow at 10% for almost 3 decades, which is a world record. But today, their special economic zone-led growth model has been globally rejected as environmentally depletive and labor exploitative, coupled with the complete lack of transparency. For example, its COVID-19 related responses in global fora or its expansionist foreign policy. I'm talking of the Chinese. The authoritarian developmental model of China is today far less attractive than it used to be at one time. I think India needs no lessons from their growth model. India can demonstrate that eco-friendly, labor-friendly, humane and democratic growth is possible. However, we can certainly learn a few lessons from China's human development record. Just 40 years ago, China was at par with India in terms of income and life expectancy. By 2018, China had $9,770 compared to India's $2,010 per capita. China's literacy is now 97% and ours has just reached 74%. So life expectancy also, India is only 69 where they have much more. China's biggest challenge has been to tame poverty. We have still, right now, China has 0.5% below poverty line, whereas our poverty headcount ratio is 21.2%. Now, both countries have nurtured domestic industry, focused on cost competitiveness, quality, size, scale, and adoption of cutting-edge technologies to enable global expansion. Both have followed the same model. However, though the basic model of growth has been similar, emphasizing import substitution and self-reliance, China and India are the only two countries which can survive import substitution even today. Their domestic markets are large enough to sustain their domestic production. Today, China and India are important icons of development through two different models. China is an authoritarian one-party state and India is a multi-party democracy. I firmly believe that despite China's impressive economic and military strength and much better human development record, superior to India perhaps, its model is not exportable as a sustainable model to the rest of the world. Both China and India will reach their goalposts, but India will go slower. However, democracy, to my mind, is the only sustainable model in the 21st century. The pandemic has shaped public discourse in India on key issues of public policy, which the Indian state will now be forced to respond. For example, for citizens, livelihoods, public health, jobs with a degree of social security benefits, even in the informal sector, income support to the ordinary citizen in times of distress are now being considered as part of a welfare state agenda that should be prioritized in public policy making and implementation. If these issues now become the central themes which will govern state-citizen relations in democratic India, then the country will certainly move towards a substantivist model of democracy in terms of citizen entitlements. The command and control economy of the pre-91 era in India with largely affirmative action, in fact, ensured the growth of a 400 million strong middle class when the post-globalized state took over after 1991. The middle class acts as the greatest bulwark of a healthy democracy and have been the greatest beneficiaries of the pre-91 planning era. It is the experience of developed countries today that higher growth, we have averaged about 7% growth rate in the pre-COVID era. It is an essential precondition to better equity. Our high savings rate and investment rate, both above 30% of GDP, are remarkable achievements. Only China and South Korea have a better record than India amongst the largest economies of the world in these two aspects. with an 8 to 10% growth rate in the last decade, for the first time in India's political history, equalizing citizenship rights has become a realistic target for Indian public policy makers. In fact, the entire development discourse in India should now be focused on developing feasible public policy options to benefit the marginalized and the excluded in terms of giving hitherto excluded groups economic entitlements like work, food, housing, education, healthcare, and housing. Now, higher growth is an essential precondition to better equity, no doubt about it. But its attendant inequalities need consensual equalizing public policy interventions in every democracy, especially those making a leap towards high growth under conditions of structural adjustment in their economies. The most important point I'm trying to make here is that India has seen and understood the centrality of state power again during this time of the pandemic. My exposition is that the same power can be used to bring policies and transform the lives of our citizens. Let state power, both at the central and state levels, be used. I mean, hard state power be used to implement the sustainable development goals in every state of India. That is the minimum agenda of good governance in the post-COVID-19 era. In fact, addressing inequality and reducing differentiated access to public goods and services is the biggest challenge for the Indian state in the post-COVID-19 era. I'm absolutely clear that we do have the public finances now to gift, and I'm using the word gift, a public welfare state to the citizens of India. Rights have to be defined and compared in terms of both entitlements and deprivation on a pan-Indian scale. For example, interstate comparisons in growth and human development indicators would initiate a meaningful debate on the wide range of variations in terms of policy success and policy failure within India itself. COVID-19 has only exposed the fissures, the weaknesses, and vulnerabilities of our society as never before. To address all of them is not easy. Some can be redressed through short-term policies, but most of them require a long-term vision. That vision needs a societal consensus that needs to be forged through democratic modes and techniques. After the March 25, 2020 lockdown, everything changed in India, and the centrality of state power and public administration came to command the central heights again. COVID-19 was destined to place both the central and the state governments at the forefront of the response to the pandemic. Indian citizens were not looking to the private sector for any service they needed. As I said, whether it is food or medicines or healthcare or security or research for a new vaccine, they were looking at the state and the public sector. So to move from a procedural to a substantivist democracy, more public action is required to translate public needs to public entitlements. Better implementation of public policies require more competent public institutions, not less. Let us understand who needs the Indian state. The hallmark of a well-governed state is that it is what it does for its citizens by way of public goods, services, and utilities provided. In India, for example, it is the marginalized sections of society which primarily rely on citizen entitlements through public service delivery systems. Now, in India, the first lockdown and help in containing COVID-19 in the first wave, the central government and the state government acted together to keep low mortality rates, and the Indian state suddenly turned hard and with draconian measures contained the first wave to a certain extent. When the whole world seemed to be lauding our efforts at containment of the first wave, triumphalism and premature declaration of victory resulted in neither the central nor state governments checking if India had enough vaccines, oxygen, medicines, bringing us back to a crisis where today, in the second wave, we needed foreign aid after 4 decades. Therefore, the virus can really humble you, particularly when we were declaring victory over the virus and declaring ourselves the vaccine guru of the world. With less than 1.5% of our population, I'm talking of the second wave, India was gifting away vaccines to 80 countries when it had left little for its own. We should have known that there isn't one major country in the world where the virus hasn't returned after a second wave. However, it is naive to believe that electoral democracy per se can generate immediate economic payoffs or reductions in poverty, which will transform the lives of people. I've said this before. However, I'm repeating, what electoral democracy can do is to strengthen accountability so that politicians who have to face elections have strong incentives to deliver public goods and services according to citizen needs. Democracies can limit the abuse of power, no doubt, but democratic public policy making and implementation is slow, procedure oriented, so sometimes they are ineffective. To manage our vast human resources and to reap the benefits of the projected demographic dividend, we need to plan for our 500 million workforce, 90% of whom are in the informal sector. So skill mapping of this workforce is extremely important to bring the private sector and the informal sector, which employ 90% of our workforce, in the ambit of labor laws and welfare benefits will be, to my mind, the biggest challenge of the Indian state. The Indian state has been a model employer, we know that, but it employs only 2.7% of the labor force. There can be no true human resource planning or management if labor and welfare law compliance is not enforced on the private and informal sector where it is needed most. In the post-COVID-19 period, I strongly believe that all democracies in today's post-globalized era need to renegotiate the relationship between state, society, and the citizen. National resources should be used to revamp public service delivery systems to fulfill citizen needs and entitlements with a sense of fairness and social justice. I will argue that the difference between, and I've already argued, the magnetic idea of real equality, however utopian they may be, and perceived day-to-day inequalities is the greatest cause of democratic deficits in all democracies, old and new. And India is no exception to this rule. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for the world's largest democracy like India and democratic public power elsewhere to succeed and deliver social justice to its citizens if democratization becomes the leitmotif of good governance in the 21st century. So I will end with these words. I thank the Department of Political Science of Banwarilal Bhalotia College, Asansol, once again for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts on social justice in the post-COVID-19 era as I visualize it, and what are the priorities of the state and public policy to ensure social justice and prioritize on public policy making and implementation in particular areas which will build the architecture, at least, of a welfare state in India. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your esteemed deliberation. Hope we will be benefited in our career along with all our students and the participant presenters. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. May I now take the opportunity May I now take the opportunity to welcome Professor Jaharat Ara Madam to deliver her speech. Madam is a Bangladeshi academician who did her MPhil research on Saul Below's fiction. She has taught in universities for last 25 years, showing special interest in Eastern philosophy, Western philosophy, feminism, post-colonialism, and Marxism. She is presently the Director of Research and Development Collective, which is a leading organization in Bangladesh for protection of rights of ethnic minorities in the country. Madam is the former professor of University of Oslo to the study.
May I correct it? University of Development Alternative in Bangladesh, Dhaka, is a private university. I served there for a long 25 years. I was an associate professor. Right now, I took leave for working in this field, that is development field, and working as a director, active director of RDC, Research and Development Collective. I studied in Oslo on all these issues. That is the perspectives of social justice, international relations. Okay, carry on. Thank you for introducing me so nicely.
Okay, I beg apology for my introduction, ma'am.
Yeah,
And
it's okay. It's
most
okay. It might happen. Yeah, it's all right.
Most importantly, ma'am is also a poet and she has published 2 books of poetry. The second one is available in the National Book Fair of 2022. Madam has innumerable publications, both national and at international level. Today, ma'am will focus our attention on hegemony, social justice, and Muslim minority rights in India. Madam, please.
Thank you. And it's in Bangladesh time, it is 12 noon. So good noon to all participants, the highly esteemed one. I'm happy that I could join a webinar like this. I could listen to you, and I am going to speak out my observation here in this great platform. And for this, I would like to thank you, Department of Political Science, Banwarilal, Bhalotia College, Asansol, for inviting me to give a keynote speech in the national webinar on perspectives of social justice in India. And my paper is titled Hegemony, Social Justice, and Muslim Minority Rights in India. And if you give me permission, I would like to begin my reading. Like, I would like to read out from my research paper.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hegemony, Social Justice, and Muslim Minority Rights in India. According to a report by Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India, among the minorities of Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, and Zoroastrians, Parsa, and Muslims, as per the census of 2011, about 19.3% of the total population of country of which Muslims are 14.2%. Some 200 million Muslims are the world's third largest Muslim populations, but they are a minority in the predominantly Hindu country. These Muslim communities have been facing extreme discriminations since the partition of 1947. They are backward in education and employment. They face barriers in achieving wealth and accessing political power. They are often victims of communal violence. Unfortunately, the nation's current political hegemony of Hindu nationalism led the situation towards a worse condition for the Muslim minorities. According to Lindsay Maitland, since India's independence, Muslims have faced systematic discrimination, prejudice, and violence, despite constitutional protections. Anti-Muslim sentiments have heightened under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP). The hegemony of Hindu nationalist agenda is a dominant concern in BJP's election manifesto. Critics observe that since Modi's re-election in 2019, the government has taken up controversial policies, particularly through the Citizenship Amendment Act, which allows first-track citizenship for non-Muslim migrants from nearby countries. The concept of Hindu nationalism was first articulated in the 1920s by Indian author and politician V.D. Savarkar in his book Hindutva, Who is a Hindu? Hindu nationalists believe that Hindus are the true sons of the soil because their holy lands are in India, whereas the Muslim holy lands are far away in Arab. Savarkar regarded Hinduism as an ethnic, cultural, and political identity. This differs from the definition of a Hindu used by modern Hindutva advocates since it includes all religions and not only Hinduism. Hindus, according to Savarkar, are those who consider India to be the land in which their ancestors lived, as well as the land in which their religion originated. He advocates a creation of a Hindu state in that sense, one for whom India is both fatherland and holy land. Savarkar includes all Indian religions in the term Hinduism and outlines his vision of a Hindu Rashtra, Hindu nation, as Akhanda Bharata, undivided India, stretching across the entire Indian subcontinent. We Hindus are bound together not only by the tie of the love we bear to a common fatherland and by common blood that courses through our veins and keeps our hearts throbbing and our affections warm, but also by the tie of the common homage we pay to our great civilization, our Hindu culture. Fifth edition, 1969, page 91, from Internet Archive, PDF, page 108. The manifesto by Savarkar influences anti-Muslim sentiments greatly. Hindu nationalists point to the partition and creation of Pakistan as the ultimate manifestation of Muslim disloyalty. Political tensions started to strain India's secular model in the 1980s. After suffering an election defeat in 1977, Indira Gandhi exploited religious divisions to help return the Congress party to power. Her son Rajiv Gandhi, who favored Hindus, succeeded Gandhi, who was assassinated by Sikh bodyguards in 1984. Congress sustained more towards Hindu nationalism over several decades, which created a fertile ground for extreme ideology of the BJP. Kanchan Chandra writes in Foreign Affairs, founded in 1980. The BJP traces its origins to the political wing of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, that is RSS. BJP maintains its anti-Muslim agenda consistently throughout in its election manifesto. The party's goals were to end the special status of Kashmir, a disputed Muslim majority region, constructing a Hindu temple in the northern city of Ayodhya, and creating a uniform civil code so all citizens would have the same personal law. There is currently a separate Muslim personal law for issues such as marriage and inheritance. BJP's victory in 2014 and 2019 shows the sign of ultra-Hindu nationalism pervading in India now. In 2019, when the party won a majority after a divisive campaign filled with anti-Muslim messaging, and Modi's government is expected to stay in power for its full 5-year term ending in 2024. If it is now an established fact that among the majority anti-Muslim sentiment is strong, the Modi government made it extremely clear to Muslims that they were not going to address them at all. The exclusion was quite blatant, says Ghazala Zalil, an assistant professor of Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. There has been a marked increase in anti-Muslim sentiment, hostility in all kinds of institutions. The Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 was passed by the Parliament of India on 11 December 2019. It amended the Citizenship Act 1955 by providing a pathway to Indian citizenship for persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and Pakistan who were Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis, Christians, and arrived in India before the end of 2014. The law does not grant such eligibility to Muslims from Muslim majority countries. This act was the first time that religion was overtly used as a criterion for citizenship under Indian law, which attracted global criticism. BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party that leads the Indian government, promised in the previous election manifestos to offer Indian citizenship to members of persecuted religious minorities who had migrated from neighboring countries. Under the 2019 amendment, migrants who had entered India by 31st December 2014 and had suffered religious persecution or fear of religious persecution in their country of origin were made eligible for this citizenship. The amendment also relaxed the resilience requirement for naturalization of these migrants from 12 years to 6. According to Intelligence Bureau records, there will be about 30,000 immediate beneficiaries of the bill. The amendment has been criticized as discriminatory based on religion, particularly for the exclusion of the Muslims. The Office of the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, UNHCR, called it fundamentally discriminatory, adding that while India's goal of protection is persecuted groups welcome, this should be accomplished through a non-discriminatory, robust national asylum system. Critics express concern that the bill will be used along with the National Register of Citizens, NRC, to render many Muslim citizens stateless, as they may be unable to meet the stringent birth or identity proof requirements. Commentators also question the exclusion of persecuted religious minorities from other religions, such as regions, Tibet, Sri Lanka, and Myanmar. The Indian government said that since Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan have Islam as their state religion, it is therefore unlikely that Muslims should face religious persecution. However, certain Muslim groups, Hazaras and Ahmadiyas, have historically faced persecution in their countries. The passage of the legislation caused large-scale protests in India. Assam and other northeastern states witnessed violent demonstrations against the bill over fears that granting citizenship to refugees and immigrants will cause the loss of their political rights, culture, and land rights, and motivate further migration from Bangladesh. In other parts of India, protesters claimed that the bill discriminated against Muslims and demanded that Indian citizenship granted to Muslim refugees and migrants as well. Major protests against the act were held at some universities of India. Students at Aligarh Muslim University and Jamia Millia alleged brutal police suppression. The protests have led to the deaths of several protesters, injuries to both protesters and police officers, damage to public and private property, the detention of hundreds of people, and the suspension of local internet mobile phone connectivity in certain areas. Some states announced that they would not implement the act. In response, the Union Home Ministry said the states lack the legal power to stop the implementation of Citizenship Amendment Act. The economists criticized the exclusion by arguing that the Indian government's concern for religious persecution should have been extended to Ahmadiyas, a Muslim sect who have been viciously hounded as heretics, and the Hazaras, another Muslim sect who have been murdered by the Taliban in Afghanistan. They should be treated as minorities. The act also does not address Rohingya Muslim refugees from Myanmar. The Indian government has been deporting Rohingya refugees to Myanmar. Yes. The Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights criticized the act and called it fundamentally discriminatory in nature. It added, although India's broader naturalization laws remain in place, these amendments will have a discriminatory effect to people's access to nationality. The Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights has filed an intervention in the Supreme Court of India on the Citizenship Amendment Act in 2020. After the passage of the bill, BBC News reports, quote, if the government goes ahead with its plan to implementing the nationwide NRC, then those who find themselves excluded from it will be divided into two categories. Predominantly Muslims, who will now be deemed illegal migrants, and all others who had been deemed illegal migrants but are now immunized by the Citizenship Amendment Bill, if they can show that their country of origin is Afghanistan, Bangladesh, or Pakistan. Taken together, the NRC and CAB have the potential of transforming India into a majoritarian polity with gradation of citizenship rights, said sociologist Nirjala Gopal-Jaya. Besides, Modi has already diminished the political standing of what was India's only Muslim majority state, Jammu and Kashmir. In August 2019, the government split the state, which lies in the mountainous border region in dispute with Pakistan, into two territories and stripped away special constitutional autonomy. The government cut internet and mobile services. Yeah. Participants may ask questions after I finish reading the paper. And thousands of people have been detained or placed under house arrest, including prominent mainstream political figures and pro-separatist activists. The longer Hindu nationalists are in power, the greater the change will be to Muslim status, and the harder it will be to reverse those changes, says Ashutosh Varshni, an expert on Indian intercommunal conflict at Brown University. When the state adopts discriminatory policies, patronizing religious sentiments like the one at present in India, that is Hindu nationalism, situations turn out to be extremely violent, naturally. If we look back to the records of violence in India in recent decades, we see examples of incidents like Babri Masjid in 1992 and Gujarat riot in 2002, Muzaffarnagar riot in 2013, and even recently, anti-Muslim mobs attacking Muslims. All these events are well-known facts as anti-Muslim sentiments brought about the extreme destructive widespread violence. In the Babri Masjid riots, an esteemed 3,000 people, mostly Muslims, died. This was the deadliest religious clash since partition in 1947. In 2020, Modi set the cornerstone for new Hindu temple on the site after the Supreme Court approved its construction. In Gujarat riots 2002, nationwide clashes broke out after a train of Hindu pilgrims traveling from Ayodhya through the western state of Gujarat caught fire, killing dozens of people. Blaming Muslims for starting the fire, Hindu mobs killed hundreds of Muslims, raped Muslim women, destroyed Muslim businesses and places of worship. Opposition politicians, human rights activists, and US lawmakers criticized Modi, then Gujarat Chief Minister, and the BJP for not doing enough to prevent the violence, and in some cases encouraging them. Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013 took place when, in towns near the city of Muzaffarnagar, more than 60 people were killed in clashes that broke out between Hindus and Muslims after two Hindu men died in an altercation with Muslim men. An estimated 50,000 people, mostly Muslims, fled the violence. Many lived in relief camps for months, and some never returned home. In recent years, large-scale outbreaks of violence have rarely erupted, but random attacks on Muslims frequently occur. Hindu mob attacks have become so normal that Indian Supreme Court warned that they could become new normal. One of the most common forms of anti-Muslim violence is vigilant groups attacking people rumored to trade or kill cows, which many Hindus believe are sacred. At least 44 people, mostly Muslims, have been killed by these so-called cow protection groups, according to a 2019 Human Rights Watch report. Muslim men have also been attacked after being accused of love jihad, a term used by Hindu groups to describe Muslim men allegedly trying to seduce and marry Hindu women to convert them. In many cases, BJP politicians helped incite the violence, and police reportedly did not intervene to stop Hindu mobs from attacking Muslims. Hate speech and misinformation spread online have also encouraged violence against Muslims. Amid the coronavirus pandemic, calls to boycott Muslim businesses flourished online, with commenters blaming Muslims for spreading the virus. Al Jazeera reported on March 9, 2021, that in December 2001, Muhammad Abdul Hai boarded a train from Jodhpur in northwestern India's Rajasthan state to Surat city, neighboring Gujarat, to attend a 3-day seminar on Muslim education. All India Minority Education Board, of which Hai, then an associate professor at Jodhpur Joynarayan VS University, was a member, organized the seminar. The 3-day event was expected to be attended by at least 400 Muslim scholars, activists, and community leaders from across India. Hai was excited about the seminar, but little did he know that the event was going to change his life forever. And soon he will not only be called a terrorist, anti-national, but will have to spend the next 14 months in jail. The next day at approximately 11 p.m., police arrived at Rajasthan Hall, a closed film theater in Surat, where Hai and 120 others attending the seminar were staying. Police arrested all of them under various sections of Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, a stringent anti-terror law, and charged them with being members of the Banned Students Islamic Movement of India, SIMI, and organizing meeting to promote and expand SIMI's activities. 127 people, all Muslims, were arrested more than 19 years after they were booked. A court in Surat on Sunday acquitted all of them accused in the case. 5 of them died during the long trial. Indian authorities accused SIMI of carrying out several bombings and of having links with armed groups based in Pakistan. The government banned SIMI in 2001 in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks in the United States. After 20 years' ordeal, the Surat Supreme Court in its March 6 order said the prosecution has failed to produce cogent, reliable, satisfactory evidence to establish the accused belonged to SIMI or had gathered to promote the group's activities. The court ruled they could not be held guilty under UAPA. This case caused all the victims to suffer severely from many kinds of loss. Some of them lost their government jobs. Some could not get any work for years. Al Jazeera also reported that critics say UAPA is being used as a political weapon to silence activists and to demonize Muslims and Kashmiris as terrorists. This process of persecution increased under the rule of BJP. Internationally renowned writer and activist Arundhati Roy's comment in this regard gives a vivid picture. Quote, "It's one thing to have a dictator who commits genocide. It's another thing to have an elected government with officials who have been accused of actively abating mass murder being re-elected. Because then all of us must bear the shame of that. All of us must share some responsibility for that." I don't see that it's all that different from the American public electing president after president who has killed and massacred and bombed people all over the world. Unquote. Conversation with Arundhati Roy, The Shape of the Beast. While being asked how she reacts on the issue of President Bush asking India to send troops help control Iraq, she answered, quote, "Bush probably knows that the right-wing religious fundamentalists, regardless of what religion they subscribe to, are brothers in arms. George Bush, Osama bin Laden, Ariel Sharon, the mullahs of Pakistan, and the LK Advani and Narendra Modi of India have no problem understanding each other." Unquote. Page 169, Conversation with Arundhati Roy, The Shape of the Beast. It is high time that India's democracy should be restored in order to protect human rights. This paper aims to incite awareness regarding the conditions of social justice for the protection of Muslim minority rights. Muslims, who are the second largest population in India, are constantly facing existential crises due to the hegemony Hindu nationalism. India is a resourceful country in the world for its assets of multicultural practices. Along with the foreign Muslim invaders also came Sufis, who nourish the minds of common people in many ways. Why should India adopt an ultra-religious state policy and as a result produce a fascist culture? The fear of discrimination is not a myth, rather a nightmare, and a haunting reality for those Indian Muslims who belong to the country emotionally and wholeheartedly. They deserve equal respect, equal rights, education, livelihood, and voting rights. In conclusion, any kind of hegemony, though looks innocent overtly, deep inside, it has hidden negative agenda. The ruling class applies hegemony only to ensure more power. However, the civil society, the human rights activists, and the intellectuals, regardless of class, gender, education, and race, always bear the responsibility to protest it. Power may be put into check and balance, as Arundhati Roy, a most vocal human rights voice, as I found her to be of all time and all ages, asserts, quote, "Yet just as inevitable as the journey that the powerful undertake is the journey undertaken by those who are engaged in the business of resisting power. Just as power has a physics, those of us who are opposed to power also have a physics. Sometimes I think the world is divided into those who have a comfortable relationship with power and those who have a naturally adversarial relationship with power. Unquote. Conversation with Arundhati Roy, The Shape of the Beast. And I think here who are present in this webinar and giving speech on perspectives of social justice, they are all humanist, human rights activists, and I think they belong to the second category. Therefore, we are ever active in raising our own voice for social justice, for the rights of the vulnerable, for the rights of the minority, who need a group of people like us, always standing beside them, no matter what. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your esteemed deliberation. Hopefully, I'm audible. Hopefully, I'm audible.
Thank you, Santosh Bhagat. You appreciated me. Thank you, Santosh Bhagat. Thank you so much. I'm really feeling great because I think it's my responsibility, it's our responsibility to work against such violence. And I have a plan to invite this panel for discussion against this kind of violence in Bangladesh as well. That is minorities like Hindus, Buddhists, Christians in Bangladesh, how they suffer, and you people will talk there.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are overwhelmed and we are really eager to get that opportunity from your end. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let us proceed. And may I take the honor of introducing Professor Ranjita Chakraborty, ma'am. Madam is a professor and currently serving North Bengal University as head of the Department of Political Science. Her research interest includes gender studies, environmental studies, human rights issues, public administration, Indian government, and politics. Women's empowerment and gender insecurities, a South Asian perspective, is a notable work by Professor Chakraborty as an editor in 2009. Many of her research papers have been published in national and international journals and also in books. She has conducted many research projects successfully and also worked in a UN-funded project on trafficking, child marriage, and dowry in West Bengal, 2005-2006. Notably, a number of MPhil and PhD scholars are pursuing their research under her supervision. Today, in this virtual platform, ma'am will enlighten us with a topic, emerging social justice concerns in contemporary India. Madam, please.
Thank you. First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. And it's a great privilege and an honor to share the dais, the online dais, of course, with Professor Rumke Basu, especially so because her books where something that I was like talking to my students, telling my students something that we have read, and then sharing a dais, it really gives a kind of a goosebumps. It's a very tense moment, as I told her also in the morning. And with Professor Jarat Arab,
Yeah.
our colleague from neighboring country, Bangladesh. Very welcome to you to this part of India.
Thank you so
And
much,
of course,
Ranjita.
thank you. And of course, to the college principal, Dr. Basu, and the Department of Political Science of Banwarilal Bhalotia College. And I found that this college is very, very old. And that is also something, it's a great pleasure. It would be a very happy kind of an event for us if we could go physically there and be there in your college. But anyway, a virtual presence is also a presence. And that's, as we were talking in the morning, this is something that has opened up our not just this platform for discussing and sharing our views, but also in a way it has opened us to a lot of realities. And we are it has become a kind of a window for all of us. So I would just take the clues that I have been listening to since morning, Professor Basu's address and Professor Ara's address on the issues of social justice, and taking clues from them, I would begin, or rather kind of present that what are, according what I have been thinking of over the past few days, and also as we keep on working on this and also face these issues as teachers, especially during this period, during this pandemic, we have seen that how unequal world we are in, especially when we had to look at the messages coming from our students that they could not continue because their families did not have employment, and so they had to put in their share, and they could not continue with the classes, even if it was kind of they could not come to the college. And rather, it is a blessing for them right now that they are having a blended mode, so that they can avoid the or offline classes and do their studies as well as and dream, as well as support their families. Now that is a big kind of a question mark on our, I would say, a report card of India that started on a kind of that way we would be going towards three kind of revolutions: political, social, and economic revolution. And then where have we failed, that we had to address this question or issue, that children as young as 12-year-old, they had to take up employment work because they had to leave their schools and they had to take up employment work because, again, their families or their parents were unemployed or left unemployed, or they had to leave their homes and walk miles to their home. And that also raised another question: what is a home? How do we define a home? Or how do we look at our nation, that uh, I am in my nation but I am homeless? So how do I look at this image? How do I look at this fact? And also the question that as we saw these people moving or walking back homes, and the kind of images that were heart-wrenching images that were in front of us, at the same time, how those who were privileged, again I would take it as privileged or more equal, they were more concerned with that I am not able to go out, I am not able to enjoy my life, I am more interested in not seeing these visuals, but I would close down and look at something else. And I am not just, it's a not just a statement. If we look at the national television timing and the kind of news that were going on, what kind of news attracted us, and what where the and looking at the TRP ratings, that what we like to see and what we dislike to see, that also gives us or puts us in front of those questions. And from here I would kind of talk, or rather bring out certain questions. Of course, these are issues that have emerged, to which we have answers. And as Professor Basu was saying in the morning, that we can, whether we should look back or we pull out this thing, these questions, and say that okay, no longer we are saying that the centrality of the state is gone. We have to bring the state back inside and with responsibility and look at it and the state, because when we look at the way it was managed, we found that people were looking more towards the state for response, more towards the states for support than towards any other agencies, or there was something that we found that they could not do. Now, anyway, when we look at traditional concept of social justice, we saw that they were basically talking about equality, liberty, and the question of dignity. The dignity of individual was very common. And even in modern conception of social justice, when we look at it from this perspective, we find that we have kind of linked it up with the question of economic justice. And of course, there are other issues like equality of rights, then equality of opportunities, equality of outcomes that has come to be added. Access to the basic goods and services, especially the social goods. Equity, which is, we have seen that since 1960s, social policies, public policies have brought in the concept of equity, which is again a very cloudy term. I would say equity, we are not very sure about what would mean equity. We see it in various policy documents, but how will you explain equity? What are the parameters of explaining or understanding equity? As because again, equity, which is a fairness in your action, that fairness again is a very convoluted word. We really do not know what would be fair, because it is again dependent on various other parameters. That is, where do you stand, what are the structural factors available there, and also looking at this the position of an individual within a network of power, that where do you stand and on what basis would you call something as fair and something as unfair. Something which is fair to me may be unfair to others. So this is again a problematic point that the policymakers have to deal with it, as well as the scholars and the researchers have to look at it. And of course, the two more major issues or the major parameters that have been brought in, that is participation. And we have to be very clear, because often participation is projected as mobilization, and that is something that needs to be countered. That participation does not mean just you are mobilizing people, or where there is no consultation, but you have people standing, and then we proclaim saying that okay, there is people's participation, or it is a participatory governance. But then we need to question this, that whether actually it is participation or just mere mobilization, where is participation and no voice. But participation minus voice is nothing but mobilization, and that is what we are often seeing. And of course, the question of diversity, as Professor Ara was talking about, this the protection of diversity, the support to maintain this diversity, and to what extent can we go towards it, or to what extent can we think of allowing that, or the state can go towards protecting this diversity, or what things need to be done. It is not just state, but we also need to look at ourselves. That's what, from the point that what we are also considering as social justice, because it is again it's not just talking of justice, we are talking of social justice within quotes. Social is very important, and we also are stakeholders in it. We are no longer talking about a state directed conception of justice, state directed or shaping of justice. We are also considering that how citizens, how we, the stakeholders, look at justice, how the civil society organizations understand justice, how the corporates understand justice. I'll come to that as we look. Now, in most of the studies that I was looking into the question of social justice, or the way they were, the reports that we're talking about, we found that there is one particular kind of an understanding of social justice and measurement. It was measured in terms of a kind of a vertical sense, but it is essential. At this point, it is essential that we need to look at it from a horizontal sense as well. That is, the intersectionalities also need to be taken care of. Say, when I'm talking of SC, or I'm talking of ST, then I also need to look into the intersectionalities that exist, that the SC belonging to which region. So region, category, as Professor Basu was saying, where that each region has a diverse reality, as a different reality. So in one particular region, the SC might not be in such a condition as maybe in other regions. So we need to look into these intersectionalities and understand these minute differences while trying to project. So what I'm saying is, it is can we actually, or rather it is essential that instead of bringing a larger picture, we also need to diversify our lenses and look at the various regions and look at the various nuances and try to bring it. Of course, it would be very difficult from a policymaker's perspective, because the policymaker has to consider making a policy from a very general platform, or trying to kind of blunt out the edges, the rough edges, and try to develop a very holistic kind of a policy that would be addressed to the majority. But then the question is the majority homogeneous enough? Is the majority or the people homogeneous enough that we could actually address such a query or that kind of an question? Now, this has, of course, this is one of the major issues that we are trying to jostle, and we are trying to engage in. Now, post 1991, like when we looked at our independence, when we became independent, the three revolutions we talked of, that there would be a political revolution, a social revolution, and an economic revolution we would follow. And so the various measures that we took, we thought that we would be in a position to guarantee social justice, and we would be in a position to actually address these issues well, and we would be able to develop our society within on the basis of those egalitarian principles, and kind of see to it that not a single soul is left out. So everybody, these margins are brought near the center, and their issues are addressed. Now, what we have seen is that over the period of time, this has not happened, or rather these questions have come up, that in this open world, in this globalized world, what should we go for? What should we do? Now, if we look at our historical background, that when we look at social justice, the understanding of justice, the understanding of social justice in India, we see that there are two traditions that are very clearly spelled out. One is the orthodox tradition, and the other is the heterodox tradition. In the orthodox tradition, we find that there is no cultural specificity, or rather this idea of Shudra, Ati Shudra is not there. You find that individuals, like, for example, you have saints like Tukaram also being a part of it, who are questioning the divisions, and they are talking about this samajik anyay. So it is a very wider thing, wider connotation. And of course, we may say that they are talking about the historical kind of discrimination, and trying to talk about the oneness of human beings, and trying to talk about the nyay, the justice that is to be given to the people. But in the other tradition that we have, which we have kind of taken it within our when we are looking at our the constitution making and the kind of policies and the programs that we have seen, we have kind of coolly kept the whole thing on the state to decide that, okay, the state will decide, the state will shape through the policies, it will shape the society, it will shape our understanding about what is social, what is unsocial, what is just, what is unjust. And on the basis of that, we were quite happy. And in the process, we left out the corporates. The corporates were quite reluctant to implement any kind of affirmative action or any kind of reservation. When we would see that once there was a question that whether there should be even in the private sector there should be reservation or not, the corporates were very reluctant. They were happy paying the taxes and going off, and they would not do anything else. They would pay the taxes and go off, and here and there they would do some corporate social responsibility because they have to do. Post 1991, we are seeing that they are doing some kind of, it is kind of a doles, that I would do something, I would build a hospital, I would start a school, I would do some social work, and then my work is done. But I don't go deep into it. Let the thing be left with the state. Now let us come to the community, how the community is looking at it. Now, when we look at our social groups, the communities. The community leaders, unfortunately, have not played their role well. So what do we find? There is a kind of pressure. They are, in fact, very often the questions that could have raised or that could have fostered a bigger movement, they are somehow getting captured or co-opted by, or they kind of getting maneuvered and managed, and they are put inside the broader terrain of, or a broader design of what the state would want them to do. Now the question is, who is at fault? What has been the role of the community? Now, when we look at the earlier picture, that are historical traditions, we found that the individuals or the groups, they mobilized themselves and they were raising their claims and they raised their demands, and they were able to get some justice and get some open, or they were able to get recognition. But when you expect it from the state, then what happens is, the moment you demand a recognition, you are also getting subordinated, because you are putting someone at the top and you at the bottom and asking for some kind of recognition and claim. But in the process, what happens is, the community leaders tend to become brokers. Very sorry to use, but it is in the sense that they become brokers. Now, I can just give you two examples. Very recently, one of my student, she worked on women's leadership in the assemblies, and her question was very simple, that we make so much big thing about women's empowerment and why women leaders should come to the fore, they should be elected. And there she just simple question was asked, that how many times in the assembly you spoke about women and about the injustice that happened on women? How many times you took up cases whereby you thought that women were deprived and you wanted to give them justice, and you went there as a voice representing the women of your constituency, of the larger constituency, you went there. Now the question, they feel that once they get elected, that is their observation was that, no, I am representing the entire constituency, so I cannot just speak for women. I cannot speak for only women. I have to speak for all. Similar case, when you look at the question of what happens to the leaders who represent or who are taken as a representative of a particular deprived community, and they go to their respective places. Often they kind of bargain, there is a bargaining, as a result they get co-opted within the larger, broader design, and they fail their social constituency. So they are comfortable there. As a result, the major questions that could have come up as important questions of social justice within the public forum, within the public institutions for debate and discussion, which could have pressurized the government or the policymakers to think differently, never comes out. So what the policymakers would think from the top, that would be the comment. So where lies the fault? Is it just that it is the state is failing? State is doing its duty. The state will very well say that I am doing my duty because I am giving you, I am regularly developing the policies. I am regularly passing benefits to the beneficiaries. I am regularly establishing commissions and committees to look into the affairs of the people. I also have a department that would take care of it. But the question is, where is the citizen? Are we able, the people who are really the ones who are who are at the receiving end or who are at the margins, are able to put forward their claims, or are they happy? Now let's come to the question that was that actually was raised inside me as I was listening to Professor Basu's lecture in the morning. Now, what happened to the people? What happened to the people who suffered? Who happened to lose their employment? Who did not have food? Who did not have a bus back home? They had to walk. they had to depend on the food that was offered to them by the passerby, by the people, by the citizens, by the NGOs. Where is their voice? What did they say? Did they bring out any, or was there any kind of demand raised by them, or it was just very simple? Now, I happen to conduct two very small studies in my region, because incidentally there are a lot of migrants who also went from Kuch Bihar and Jalpaiguri to work in different states, especially in Delhi, in Kerala. And when they returned through this, and I thought that this was an opportunity to also understand that how do they feel about the state, how do they look at themselves. Now, when these questions were raised, they were of course, they lost employment, they lost their homes, they did not have money, the employers cheated on them, and they had nowhere to go, they had nowhere to complain, and they had to come back losing money, and also the little bit that they had to come back home, and in a very difficult condition, and also being felt or being suspected as the carriers of virus. So the idea that I was talking about, that this social, again, it is different for different people. As we understand, the understanding of justice also differs from people to people, and so for them justice was just going back home. For us, justice was that, see, these people are walking and they are not maintaining any protocol, and they are actually going to infect the rest of us. So for us, we were looking at them not as individuals who are equal to us, but who are unequal to us. We considered ourselves superior or different from those who were losing and they were coming. So COVID actually brought us also face to face with ourselves in a way, showing that we do not also consider that when we say social justice, it has multiple colors in it, in the sense that the way we look at, because our lens are also different, our way of looking at it is also different. And from where does this looking at it differs? It differs from the position that we are in, the structural factors that determine our consciousness, that determine our views, and also the way we look at reality, perceive them, and also choose the options. So our choice of options, whether we want the state to be very active, whether we were happy that the state is deciding everything for us, or we don't want the state to be inside, we want a minimum state that is also dependent on where we stand. So if we are able to purchase it, we would be happy with, no, we want a minimum state. We don't want a kind of a state which is coming out and saying that we will do certain things, we will distribute the goods. So it is time that we also look at that state must, I agree with Professor Basu on one point, that yes, we are no longer in that point where we were poor. We cannot say that we are a poor country, we do not have sufficient finance, but we need to, at least the government, the state needs to reorient its objectives. Like when you are looking about or talking about a program, or say for example, I'll just give you an example. In our state, we have a program which is called Kanya Sri program. Now this Kanya Sri program is a very successful program. It's a very good program, undoubtedly. But when you look at the understanding is also very good, that the girls, they are not able to come to school because they don't have communication facility, so they are given cycles. Fine. But do all of them need it? The question is, do all of them need it, and is it essential that we provide it to everybody, those who don't need it? So there is a need to also understand that we need to somewhere rearrange our priorities. The state also needs to rearrange our priorities, and also say, for example, this question has already started coming, that when you are talking about SCs, so even within SCs or the STs, there are layers, creamy layers, who do not really need it. So we need to actually look at the segments, or we need to prioritize or reorient our understanding, prioritize our understanding, and look at that how many or to what extent we actually need to give them, and who are the ones who should be provided with this support. So I would kind of say that now at this juncture, we need to look into that. Can we always, when we talk of social justice, link it up with identity questions? Because what we have seen is that the linking up of this culturally specific only identity question takes away the spotlight from the more important areas of redistribution, questions of redistribution, question of addressing the structural inequalities, and also questioning the role of the other components, the stakeholders. It's not just the state, but also that what is our role and how do we look at it, or also pulling up the corporates. Second point that I would, as a part of a concluding argument, I would see that we also need to question that just giving subsidy or just giving money, is it enough to ensure justice? Because the moment you give compensation or in the form of money, you are giving something like doles, then does it empower you or it makes you dependent? So this also is something that we need to question. Thirdly, the argument, again, that old argument that do we really need to be a part of a community to define what is social justice? Because in the process, what happens is the individual rights, the individual claims are not recognized. You need to be a part of a community, whether it is the community getting shaped and reshaped, to get some access to benefits. So do we need to also think that the individual also has a personal worth? And if we are thinking from this perspective, will we be able to achieve maximum support, maximum justice for maximum people, or we again would fall into a trap? I think that is a question that needs to be taken up. Just we have kind of looked into the other areas of the question, as Professor Ara was talking about. A basic question is the question of homogenization. Should we go for it, or we should try to protect the diversities, and to what extent should we protect the diversities? And as part of thing, what is essential is that we need to find out ways and also tell the state that how can you widen the opportunities for so that there is advancement, social advancement, and social mobility is also supported. Now, I just remember a book now as a way of conclusion, that a book by Harish Damodaran, where he has spoken about that something that we don't really look into, and that is a very interesting book, where he says that, you see, the business, for example, it is very much, we only talk about caste issues in terms of politics, but or electoral politics. But even in business, you have these caste issues. There are certain caste groups which control certain business houses or business opportunities, and they don't allow others to come in. And when you look at this COVID-19 experience, also brought us face to face with the with this, that government only provides very little employment. This is number one. Maximum of the people fall in unorganized sector. And if we look at the caste composition, then we see of the entrepreneurs, there is very less Dalits who are coming up as entrepreneurs. Now the question is, why is it that the Dalits have not been taken seriously as entrepreneurs? Now we do have some programs, as I saw there were some programs which the policies are there, but the question was, programs are there, policies are there, but if you do not address the structural inequalities, can these programs be successful? If you look at the experience that we had, that we thought that self-help groups would be the new thing for us, new way of new emancipation, new ways of empowerment. And there are a lot of studies on self-help groups which have led to empowerment of women. Now, of course, economic empowerment is there, but the question is, why majority of the self-help groups do not cross the first grade gradation. They don't go over to the second gradation. They are not permanent. They fail. And so, and when you look at that, what do you do with the money? They consume that money. That is, the money is used for consumptive purposes and not for entrepreneurial works. Now, when this is the next thing that you ask, that on what do you use the money? The money is spent on the children, on the home, on other things, but not for development of the economic work that they were doing, so that they could make themselves better. The question is that, how do we look at this policy? Can we say that yes, it has been a success? Probably we need to consider the structural factors, just like I would also think that it is essential. It's no longer that when we are talking about these panchayats and women's empowerment, it's no longer feasible to talk about that. It is just talking about that, see, we have proxy leaders, or these panchayats have not been successful because of so and so factors. If we are not looking at the structural factors, and we are not looking at also the civil society participation, what are the civil society organizations doing, how do they look at it, unless we address these questions, probably our search for the true meaning of social justice and developing diverse perspectives of social justice would not be a successful one. Thank you. I guess I was on time.
Thank you, ma'am, for your esteemed deliberation. May I now take the honor, and obviously all of your permission, that small question ask session would be there. So I hope I'm permitted to take the questions. The question hour is open. Students, if you want to ask a question, the session is open to you. Any question from the student sides or participants, you are most welcome.
Ma'am, I have one question.
Introduce yourself.
Ma'am, my name is Arun Kumar. I'm from Political Science Department, 6th semester. So, ma'am, I have one question, that social justice and women empowerment is not only the theoretical or social, it should be a mental development too.
Okay, I got the question. May I answer this question?
Okay, ma'am.
Who asked this? Can I hear the name again? Arun?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Arun Kumar Ram.
Arun Kumar. Thank you, Arun Kumar, for asking this good question. And this is a crucial question. You said, first we have to develop mentally. That is your understanding, that mental development is something personal and social justice is something theoretical, conceptual. But you see, the thing that you understand as mental development, it comes from our education, from our surrounding social behavior. It's called conditioning. This conditioning happens from the wide social the communication, the way you are treated. Suppose you talked of women empowerment. You say a woman, a girl, doesn't want to be empowered, wants to depend economically on husband or someone she thinks to be superior. For that, the conditioning she needs, she lacked in her childhood. Maybe most often, her teachers, her mentors, her parents never told her that she is also someone as strong as a boy. She can go that far. She can go to moon. No one taught her this dream. You know, even our dream is something learned, something taught. I am sorry in the morning because I had some very crucial meeting on Rohingya issues with RDC members. So I couldn't join Rumki Basu ma'am's speech, but I got a glimpse of her speech from Ranjita's discussion. Really, and thank you, Piali. I am feeling really blessed that I got the opportunity to join this platform to hear from them. Really, really. And Arun, did you understand that it is related? Those you say social justice is theoretical, but some other theories already condition our mind. So we have to first take the courage. I would not give responsibility to child to rear itself up, because first it depends on parents for food, then for other things also, direction, which way to go, right or left. So think of a girl born in subcontinent, especially both in Bangladesh, in India, and also many other regions of subcontinent. How about her mindset? What is the percentage of women that feel that empowered from within, that you termed as mental? Did you get it? Thank you. Thank you, panel, for giving me this long
Thank you,
time.
ma'am.
Ma'am,
Thank you, ma'am.
with your due permission, I just want to ask you a simple thing. It circulates in my mind. Uh, Arun has asked a wonderful question regarding the psychological impact, or rather the mental empowerment. Do you think that in this present world, in fact, contemporary world or modern world, we can say, where
Contemporary world.
we are, so many things has been done for women, and we are like traveling hither and thither. So now there is no bar that Ami at Ikti May, that now it's no bar, but still, don't you think that the suppressive mind is somewhere, somehow affecting the empower of movement in this contemporary era? The suppressive mind is working. Your opinion?
I told it's not concept, actually realization. I would like to hear from Rumki Basu ma'am also. I think she can tell a lot about it. Ma'am.
Please, ma'am, please.
Yes. Well, I would only ask you a simple question. There are so many women present here today listening to this discourse that we are having on social justice, where women's empowerment is a key plank. We do understand that, if half of the world constitute women, then, empowerment of women becomes number one in the policy discourse of states. And there are so many reports which tell us, global reports, which talk of gender inequality and gender gaps. And gender gaps is a very big issue in the world today. Report after report tell you that gender gaps still exist. Many states, through public policies, have been able to plug or narrow that gap. Especially the welfare states of or Nordic countries
Yes.
have been largely able, through public policies, to plug this gap. Now, so therefore, this is an issue for public policy as well. States have to be passing laws, and implementation is another issue. The social impact of laws which are never implemented at home is another issue, and how many well-meaning laws never get implemented because these are familial issues. So this is another part of the story. I will just answer your question by asking all the women present here today listening to us, if empowerment means, as it does to me, empowered to take certain vital decisions of your life, like where will I be educated from? Can I step out of the house to take a job outside the home in any part of the India or the world? Can I, when I'm earning money, am I entitled to spend the money on issues or matters which matter to me, and not necessarily be told that that money is to be given only to the family, whether the father or the brother or the husband. Can I decide on my reproductive choices, when I want to have my child, at what period of my life, without any interference from family members? How do I travel? When do I travel? Which part of India do I travel? Can I do that? Do I have the choice of not doing a family, household work? If I want to opt out, for example, I may be in a corporate job where I have to be doing my work for 14 to 16 hours a day, and I want to completely opt out of domestic work, whether it is cooking, washing, cleaning, or even child care duties. Do I have the freedom to make those decisions myself? Can I save the way I want to save on items I wish to save? And am I entitled to equal share of family property, which, let's say, Hindu laws already give me an equal right? So all these decisions, which I am supposed to enjoy by law, because we do have an equal regime of laws for women in India, constitutionally, legally, it's an equal regime for laws in all matters. But when it comes to deciding on my marriage, can I marry the boy I wish to? Can I spend the money the way I wish to? Can I produce a child when I wish to? Can I opt out of my household duties and responsibilities if I wish to, if it clashes with mine? And do I get a share of the family income to spend the way I wish to? Am I even entitled to my family property, which is being knowingly given to my brothers and not me, when by law I'm not supposed to be disentitled? Will I go to court against my brother and my father? The Right to Education Act tells me a village girl knows within 1 kilometer of her house she is supposed to go to school and not be sent to work somewhere else because of poverty. Can she go to court against her father or her parents for not sending her to school, which is there 1 kilometer from her home? But she is told to opt out to do family duties and drop out of school. So if you are not in a position to take very vital matters of your life, education, employment, spending money, inheritance, marriage, opting out of household work, spending risk, or even saving the money you wish to, then are you empowered? You may be belonging to any caste, class, community, region. Just ask yourself as a woman, among all the women here, do you have that freedom, the right to live your life at your own terms, at your own pace, at your own speed, and at your own decision, unhindered, unhampered by any man, father, brother, husband, son? Tell me, if you
I would just,
if you
yes,
don't have the freedom, then you're not empowered. As simple as that.
yes.
If the community stops you, if your parents hinder you, if your husband, brother, son hinders you and takes all the decisions on your behalf, despite you being a woman with an income, I'm not even talking of our poor sisters who have no income, no employment. Don't talk of empowerment. They do not have empowerment. My answer is simple. If you are not working, if you don't have an income, if you can't sustain yourself, you are not empowered. Straight and simple. Forget that category. Come to the other category. Who have incomes. Do they have decision-making powers? Do you know that in a survey in South India, in 4 states of South India, a survey was done in which it was on domestic violence against women. We have an act, we have acts, we have brilliant acts which empower women. But in that survey, it was found those women who are not just employed, but also have inherited property, they are not subject to domestic violence. All others are. It is a very famous survey that tells you that, I'm not even talking of that category who have no inheritance, who have no income, who don't have a job, who are not educated. Forget about empowerment for them. Who has stopped them from getting educated, from getting a job? It's their family members. This is their community members. Please do not talk of the Indian state as the doing biggest discrimination against women. Please be under no misconception. Do not blame the regime of laws and the constitution, which are more than equal in India. Do not keep harping on Indian state as the biggest discriminator. We have brilliant laws, brilliant public policies meant to empower women.
Yes.
The biggest crimes against women are committed by the family themselves and the community. It's social crimes. Your father does not send you to a school. Your mother wants to save money for your marriage and does not want to send you to school, making you a school dropout. And then after marriage, it is another story. Who is stopping you from taking vital decisions about your life, your body, your savings, your everything that mattered to you? You are stopped at decision.
Actually, yes.
If you don't have it, then you are unempowered. Sorry to say. And who is doing these crimes? Your own family, your own community, not the Indian state.
And also it is to some extent that how you, in fact, that is the main, I guess, that how do you define yourself? How do you define yourself? That I want to be defined in connection to as the community prescribes to me to be a good wife or a good model or a good mother or a good sister. I want to be that. So I am not challenging that. That is the point that needs to be looked into, that whether I am happy to be a part of a community and allow the community brokers to decide my worth, or I am in a position to decide my own worth as an individual. Because
another intervention, Ranjita and Jaharat, you would agree with me. Please, let us make a distinction between the private discriminations and the public discriminations.
Exactly.
We're mixing up issues here. We are completely mixing up issues. There are public discriminations, legal discriminations, constitutional discriminations, which go ahead. Women can fight to the finish there. Fight against the laws of your land, against the constitution, against governments which have discriminatory public policies. Go and fight, raise your flag against such kind of discriminations. Women in India have been doing it in the last 50 years. They are fighting every discrimination in the public domain very successfully through women's movements. But you know where they fail? Like, not Indian women, they fail globally. When it comes to private discrimination, familial discrimination, family discriminations, and societal discriminations, community discriminations, there they are unable to fight. They know who is the culprit. They know who is doing domestic violence. They know who is disinheriting them from family property despite good laws. They know that, for every decision, even if you are a working woman, you have to consult your husband. And you don't even have the right to when to have a child, at what point of your life. What are you talking of discriminations? Attack the problem where it needs to be attacked. Fight your community, your family, your society. And women who do that, what are they called? Rebels. You are becoming a rebel without any reason. You're only fighting for inequality, against inequality. You're fighting against injustices within the family, and you are called a radical rebel. Rebel women have a bad tag.
Yes.
Anybody who rebels against societal norms, against parental norms, against husband's norms, or your community norms, become bad rebels. What are they fighting against? Find out. Against wholesale discrimination, which they are fighting against, comes from, as you were saying, as Jaharat said, community and society, who teaches you what is your role as a woman. And the moment you fight it, you get labeled.
And another is the tendency that we want to be good. We want to be virtuous.
Exactly. Everybody
Yeah.
wants to be
And we need
you know,
validation. We need
yes,
validation of the ones whom we regard as
call
authority. Yeah.
exactly. And that authority, the maximum authority over a woman's life, her decision-making powers, comes from men in the family. Could be even,
Yes.
or it could be even women in the family.
Yes, that is what I was saying.
Exactly. It can come
Women
from,
are also,
it
they also become
can
the
come
carriers
from,
of those values. Like your mothers
exactly,
are the one who tell you that you are to come back home at 6:30, whatever be your work. And
right,
whether you're not
right.
taking care of your child or not, it is your mothers who say, not your fathers would come and tell you. It is often the mothers who try to make you behave well. Now that is one side of the story. The other is that we have kind of not rather our mobilizers, whatever I would say, they have always made us look towards the state and look at those and hit at those areas, that okay, these are the reasons, but we don't look at ourselves. So one conflict that I would say, that when this issue of triple talaq and the law that banned it happened, now incidentally it actually helped many women, in the sense that many women actually went to the police and said that it is banned, still my husband did it, and so they tried to get justice. On the other hand, the lady who fought the case, she was ostracized by her own community. And there was at the same thing, if you look at the Sabarimala temple issue, that it was the women who were resisting the other woman. The first woman to hit the lady who entered was her own mother-in-law, and she had to suffer from her own community. Now there is also what I would what ma'am was also saying, that it is also we need to question ourselves, that as a community whether we are all thinking the same. So we need to also break free of those kind of an understanding that we are only worth when we are a member of a community. We are not worth when we are individual, or talking as an individual and talking about our individual rights and negotiating our goods, negotiating that what we consider as just to be given to us, or we want to get it. The moment we try to do it, then we are often, of course later on you are able to convince people, but then often
Yeah.
you are tagged as a rebel, which nobody wants to, because rebel is not something, it's a very eulogized thing, validated, a valorous thing, but it is something which is not a good thing. It's not a happy word. So this is also which kind of, I would just share one incident. This was a study that was done in the Buxa Forest Reserve. So it was done few years back by one of my students who was looking into this forest protection community and the role of women there. Now, these women, although they were given the role of, they were in the role registered, they were regarded as women forest protection committee members, but they preferred not to go. Now, what was the reason that they preferred not to participate in the meetings and they did not want to be a part of that committee? Now, two things happened. One, the women themselves felt that nobody is there to listen to them, and whatever they say, they are laughed at, and so they don't want to. Those women who wanted to still raise their voice, they were told by other women not to do anything, keep shut, because you are creating trouble. So let's not disturb them, let it go on as it is. In the process, the space, what they were able to acquire by virtue of the new policies, the new arrangement, they had to forego, or rather they they left that space where they could have raised their voice. Now, in the process, what happened was that when we look at it generally, then this is a failure because women did not participate. But why women did not participate? The politics, when you look down, then you find that they didn't want to be. They would say that it is okay in urban areas, you can say and be rebel, but in our villages, if I am tagged the rebel once, then it will be very difficult for me to integrate. And similar thing happened in the cases of trafficked victims. The women who survive these issues, or that is who are rescued, they again get re-trafficked. And the reason that they get re-trafficked, knowingly they get re-trafficked, that is they on their own get themselves trafficked, because they find it very difficult to stay inside their family, because their family thinks that they are now spoiled, the village thinks that they are spoiled, And those who have vested interest, they think they are usable, and so the women, they don't get job, they don't get social prestige, they don't find these people as their own, so this becomes their living hell, and so they go back. Now, how do you look at it? These are struggles, these are fights that happen at these grassroots, which need to be brought out. And unfortunately, once we become a member of a community, it does, of course, when you are part of a very empowered community, you are able to go ahead and struggle, be a part of that struggle. As I found that the group that is fighting for the acid attack victims, they have been very powerful enough to go forward. But then there are groups or women who have not been able to come forward.
Absolutely. I entirely agree with you, Ranjita. We should make a distinction whenever we are talking of social justice for any marginalized community, any discriminated community, minority communities, Dalits, women, any kind of discrimination that we talk. Let us first make an intellectual. Let's start an intellectual discussion about what is that discrimination all about. If it has anything to do with the law and the constitution and the state and public policy, then it has to be a public movement. You have to mobilize, as Ranjita used that word, mobilization. That's a political term almost to me. It means political mobilization is now required to change the constitution, the law, and the public policy. Then you are addressing the state. Then that's a political movement, wherein you have to fight injustice first at that level. Because, you have to get your laws right, your constitution right, your public policies right, if they are discriminatory against any marginalized community which needs social justice. We know which are those communities, where they are placed, and of course, state to state, it varies. The diversity of the issues vary. The same community may be marginalized in one state, it may not be in another. So India is a diverse country. So we first recognize a discrimination, then try to understand intellectually where is that discrimination coming from. If it can be redressed politically, please do that. The state, the law, the constitution, and the public forum is required to address that issue. Then, we need to do that. But I just took the example of the woman issue because so subtle are the forms of discrimination, and so much of it comes from home, family, community, and society, that then you have to understand how to redress that kind of discrimination. So, the issue is empowerment. Whether it is any marginalized group, when you are talking of social injustice, what do you want to do? You want to empower them, get them out of that discrimination and empower them. So, women's empowerment has many shades, of which I said the first bedrock, to my mind, as a woman, I feel the bedrock of women's empowerment is economic empowerment. Those who are not economically empowered, we cannot talk of empowerment. So therefore, I think, was I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much,
Yes, ma'am.
very much.
Okay. I think I've made my point.
No, yeah.
Ma'am,
Next question, please.
ma'am, I have one another question, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, in India, all sector of government are being privatization. Then how can we imagine the to social justice in a current period where the number of poverty and unemployment is very high? Those who can't afford to.
Let me answer this question. I think if you had heard me properly in my half an hour discourse, there is one thing I kept repeating on and on, that please remember, we know that government is a model employer. But how much percent of Indian labor force is employed by government? Not more than 2 to 3%. Whether the center or the states employ I'm talking of employable workforce. Among the employable workforce, about not more than 3% are employed by government. We all know, whether it is central government or state government, they are model employers. So when we are talking of job injustice, I mean, where do you see most of the rest of the population employed? In private sector, informal sector. 90% of jobs today are in private sector, corporate sector, informal sector. So the biggest challenge of the Indian state today, and I repeated it, kept repeating it, is how to formalize the informal sector through laws which work. When we are talking of migrant labor, do you know that if you look at the statistics of migration in India today, the interstate migration figures are mind-boggling. Everybody seems to be working outside the state. Half or more or 3/4 of Indians, 2/3 of Indians are working in states to which they do not belong by birth. So do you understand what kind of discriminations they might face by political regimes outside their own state, and also by the fact that they are in the informal sector or private sector, which have no social security laws. So no social security laws are in force for this sector where 90% of your employable workforce are there, including women. So the government of India's post-COVID priorities, I was continuously talking of, let's forget the past for a while. Let's talk in the present. What are the post-COVID priorities for the government of India or government of different states and public policy challenges in post-COVID era? I said the biggest challenge is to bring the informal sector and the private sector within the ambit of government laws and labor policies. That is how to formalize the growing informal sector. If the government can do that, then you can have true social justice, because social justice begins with economic empowerment. Whether a male or a female, it's the same story. Social justice you cannot have without economic empowerment. And that means jobs. That means employment. And where are the bulk of our people employed in? Which have no laws, no social security, hire and fire. And where is the migrant labor going to? Migrant labor is not a foreigner. Your own people employed in different states under different working conditions. Therefore, we were talking about the one nation, one ration card. What did it mean? That a migrant laborer could be working in any part of India and get the same basic access to basic goods and services and social security laws. That should be the spirit. That you can belong to Bengal, work in Kerala. You can belong to UP, work in Karnataka. You can belong to Mizoram and work in Odisha. But some platter of basic goods and services you should get access as an Indian, irrespective of where you work. Whether it is food, job security, even, do you know that there is an Interstate Migrant Workmen Act? How many of us know that that act, if it is rigidly applied by informal sector, there would be no injustice against migrant workers wherever they are placed in India? But how many states adhere to that law? How many private sector establishments adhere to that law? Then there would be no injustice against migrant laborers. And you saw what happened during COVID period. We had forgotten about migrant labor before that. We were talking of social justice only for women, minorities, Dalits and other marginalized communities. But you do not know the plight of migrant labor working in informal sector. So, if you want social justice, talk of economic empowerment. And if you want economic empowerment, the government has to legislate. And when I'm talking of hard state, you know the meaning of hard state? When the government goes harsh on lawbreakers. If the law is there, then it's the government's duty to enforce it. If there are social welfare laws, you need to pass them and implement them. Don't be a soft state. Indian democracy has had this bane of being called a soft state. If you want good laws, have them, fight for it, but get it implemented by the state itself. And that would require a transition from being a soft state to a hard state. And no social justice can start without economic empowerment of all marginalized groups. That it is the state's domain to see that bring that 90% of your workforce within the ambit of social justice labor laws. That's a point I'm very strongly making today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Is it Umar? Umar Jallis? Are you speaking? Good to see you. So nice to see you. So you are employed in this college. He's a student of Jamia. He was my student. So I'm proud to see you there in that college. Great talking to you. Yes, tell me, Umar. What's your question?
Umar sir, please unmute. Umar sir, please unmute.
Let me introduce Umar by saying that he was my student. I think that's enough. And glad to see you, happy to see you in the college. Yes, Umar, your question, please. Can't hear you. You'll have to unmute yourself, I think. I can't hear you. There's some connectivity issue, I think. He has to come back on screen and then ask me the question. Yes, Umar, I'm waiting for your question. Unmute yourself, please.
There might be some network issues, I
Yes.
suppose, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, with your permission, can I take the question of Shubham Kanu, sir? Please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible.
Yes.
Ma'am, yes. Let me introduce myself. Right? My name is Shubham Kumar Khanu. I am a temporary assistant professor and a PhD research scholar in the Department of Political Science, the Maharaja Sajira University of Baroda, Gujarat. I have a question to Professor Rumki Basu, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Ma'am, you have talked about,
Am I audible?
you have compared China and India regarding who are more successful to provide the social justice. So here, 40 years, if we compare, if we go to 40 years back, then we'll find that both were at the same position. But now at present, China is far more ahead to India, right? And providing the authoritative system. So do you think that authoritative system of China is becoming more effective or successful to give social justice as compared to India's democratic, where you have talked about that it should be much more substantive, right? So what are the what are the instruments through which we can make India's democracy as much more effective to provide social justice to in our country? So if you can give a light on this issue, then thank you, ma'am.
Good question. And I think I'll take half an hour more if I really have to answer your question. You
Sure.
see, I've written extensively on India and China in my recent books, not, I'd say the last book, especially, when I've talked about democracy and the post-COVID-19 public policy making. I have really gone into this question in detail in my latest book on India-China. Because you see, it's not me, it's the Western world, the globalized, advanced, if you may call, I don't ever use the term advanced, the Western world in the sense of the developed North group of countries, they are the ones who are repeatedly telling us that the 21st century will be an Asian century. You must have heard about this debate, and there's so much on it. The reason why the entire Western world now recognizes that 21st century will be an Asian century is because of the presence of two global giants, India and China, in Asia. That is why they say Asian century. The reason being, if you look at what are the indices of big power status, both of them have it. Huge territories, huge populations, both belong to the nuclear club, and of course, military strength, economic potential, and everything else gives them the status of big powers. Now, before COVID happened, I don't think we were much concerned about the two models and how they achieved or trying to achieve social justice. And what is the future of these two models or these two alternatives? I think today, in the 21st century, the comparison between the two models, and forget about them being two Asian giants, I'm just asking you a simple question. Between the two models of growth and social justice, I remember in my younger growing up years, when we talked of social justice, the socialist model represented by Russia and China at that time when we were young seemed so attractive, despite the fact that we knew they were one-party systems. We knew they were authoritarian one-party systems. Still, India was a fledgling democracy with abysmal growth rates, abysmal levels of poverty, and we felt that, we will be destroyed by democracy because we were not acting too fast on the growth, development, and social justice fronts. Democracy is a poor model. It does not deliver. It does not deliver growth. It does not deliver social justice. So therefore, when in our younger days, let's say 40 years back, we were enthralled, almost mesmerized by the socialist model, because not because we were not discussing democracy, we were discussing social justice. And as a vehicle of social justice, the authoritarian model, one-party model of socialism seemed to deliver faster, quicker, and the basic needs approach. And whether it was Russia or China, they seemed to be delivering social justice because, if you remember, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights talks about three kinds of rights: civil and political, economic and social, and community rights. And the Russian constitution became the first constitution in the world to make economic rights justiciable for their citizens. This was 1920. And for intellectuals all over the world, Russia was the model that, you're not talking of social, civil and political rights. You're talking of giving right to food, right to housing, right to education, right to work. And mind you, Russia still has a world record of educating and employing 100% of their female workforce in jobs. They've got their women citizens educated and put them in the workforce. So every employable Russian woman had a job. That was a revolution they created when it comes to women's empowerment. So for us, for our growing up years, we were fascinated with the socialist model of Russia because they gave economic rights to their people, ensured it through constitutionally. And these were the rights that we in India are talking today when we are talking of rights-based approach to development from the 1980s. We are talking of incorporating directive principles of state policy where you have economic rights, make them justiciable. right to education, right to work, partially through Nariga, you have right to education. Then we are talking of right to health these days. Right to food has already been passed. And what else is left? Right to housing and shelter, maybe. That's the discourse in democracy we started having in India from 1980s onwards. Give justiciable economic and social rights. So we try to do it democratically, right? Not through one party state. Today, after COVID, everybody has woken up to the fact that we may do it slower. We may, but democratic public policy making is far more inclusive and participative. You know, you debate, you discuss, and then you legislate. And isn't that important? Because democratic public policy making makes policy making incremental. Mid-course corrections are possible. And the beauty of it is you take in all stakeholders and then legislate. And if you want to reverse your decisions, you reverse it. You reverse it, please. Do mid-course corrections. No big changes, no radical changes are possible in democracy. Let me state it very clearly. Democracy is slow, procedure-oriented, deliberative. You cannot have radical changes like China and Russia. But you can have progressive, incremental change, which can be progressive and incremental. But, you know, getting all the stakeholders in legislation, therefore makes it easier for implementation because all the stakeholders were consulted. And if they protest later against your laws, you can reverse. Look what happened to the farm laws. They had to be reversed because of democratic protest. So today, after China has shown its multifarious faces during COVID, there was a lot of debate about China all over the world. The world has seen China at its best, at its worst. And they have understood what one-party authoritarianism means. Yes, you deliver faster, but you cannot sustain it. The sustainable model is democracy. So therefore, democratization is the leitmotif of the 21st century. And there India wins. There India wins. We will fight our own battles. We will debate and discourse. We will change our laws if necessary. But we will stick to democracy. And today, I don't think there is any serious democracy, debate in democracy. The debate is about how illiberal we are getting. That is one kind of debate. What is the degree of liberalism? What is the degree of illiberalism? We can debate that. But we are not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We are never going to throw out democracy. That's the biggest thing our constitution makers have done. That is non-negotiable. Your basic structure cannot be changed. And democracy cannot be thrown out because of these debates about liberalism and illiberalism trends within the democracy. In fact, if we have survived as a nation, after 75 years, if we have survived as a nation, it's because of democracy. You allow freedom, you allow dissent, you will allow, gradually from first generation human rights. We have picked on second generation from directive principles. Now we are picking on third generation as well. Everything can be accommodated. What are these LGBT rights about? What are environment rights about? They're all third generation. Even by UDHR 1948. Look at the what UDHR 1948, which is considered a Bible by human rights activists all over the world. 3 generations of human rights. We are incorporating and we are going to incorporate all 3 generations in our constitution. By debate and discussion, we can have 1,000 mutinies. As Naipaul, the Nobel laureate, said, India is a land of 100 or 1,000 mutinies. Yes, we will keep having mutinies, but we'll keep having democracy. That is non-negotiable. And that is where we win out over China. I'm telling you, the Chinese model has been considered unsustainable, not by Rumki Basu. It's been considered unsustainable, unexportable by no less a person than Francis Fukuyama, the great American liberal political scientist. Look at what Francis Fukuyama is writing about today. He's writing about the future of democracy. He's writing that India will sustain itself because of its democracy. India wins out because of its democracy. That's the exportable model for developing world to follow in the 21st century. And do not mix up issues. How illiberal your democracy is going, you can debate it. But do not say democracy has to be thrown out because China is more successful. China is a hard state. China delivers on all its public policies and on all its basic goods. China is richer. Chinese model is unsustainable, I'm telling you, unexportable. It will not survive because it has no democracy. It's a one-party authoritarian state. That's unacceptable, unexportable as a sustainable development model for the developing world to follow in 21st century. And I'm using very strong words there. Yes, they have won out, but we are like the tortoise in the children's fables. Please don't remember the race between a tortoise and a hare. China is the hare and India is the tortoise. But who wins in the end? In the children's fables, who wins in the end? Is it the hare or the tortoise? Obviously the tortoise. So therefore, do not mix up issues. As students, I'm repeatedly saying, see the strengths of Indian democracy. See the strengths. There are issues to be debated, fought in the public domain through public movements, which are public. But today, I was talking very sadly about other things when you're talking of the women's discourse. What about fighting the private issues, the community issues, the social issues, the mindset issues that come from your family and your community and your neighborhood? How do you fight them? How does every woman fight her father, brother, husband, father-in-law? Could be anybody. Any man who actually discriminates against her. Not the Indian state, not the Indian civil laws, not the Indian constitution, not Indian public policy. They are not gender discriminatory. They are not. I state that very strongly. Indian laws, civil, criminal, if laws are discriminatory, in the private domain, laws are discriminatory. Personal laws are discriminatory. Let's admit that. The maximum discrimination comes from personal laws. Check it out, please. That doesn't mean I'm a votary of Uniform Civil Code. I'm not a votary of Uniform Civil Code. I'm not saying that. But make a distinction between public and private discrimination, please. And do not mix up trends that have happened in 75 years of our democracy. The trends, liberal, illiberal, where executive power tries to, stifle dissent, tries to overshoot its executive powers, all kinds of illiberal trends, silencing dissenting voices. All of that has happened time and again in these 75 years, not only by present regime. Earlier regimes also did it. Earlier regimes have also done a lot of discrimination or silencing dissent or, using violence against opposition, or could be any other kind of, use of executive power in a way which is not democratic against the opposition. In 75 years, I can cite many instances. But what has survived? Democracy has survived because democracy allows you to survive with dissent, and political change comes not from the barrel of a gun, but from the vote. And that's the biggest power the Indian citizen has. Change governments if you don't want them. And how many changes have happened in regional governments and central governments, you tell me, in 75 years? Did it come through political violence? The biggest gift of democracy, it's a gift from God, let me tell you. I say the biggest gift of democracy, you can have freedom to dissent. You can have freedom of having a contrarian view. You do have the freedom to change ruling regimes through the power of the vote. So, whenever this India-China comparison comes up, I'm horrified when people say China's done better, so let's emulate China. Let's have a one-party authoritarian state and see what happens. Indian state will deliver public goods to its citizens, basic goods. Poverty will go. China has progressed so much. Let's also follow Chinese. 50 years ago, 30 years ago, even 20 years ago, maybe we could have talked like that. But today it's foolish. We are catching up. Don't worry, we are catching up. Post-COVID recovery is happening. And if there are marginalized groups who want social justice in India today, they have every right to ask for it. Because if you had listened to my lecture, the other very, very important point I kept stating, we are not a poor state. We do not lack public finances. We can gift a welfare state to our citizens. Our growth is good enough to, even if we save 10% of GDP for social justice, we can do it. We are not a poor state. We have moved from relative poverty to relative prosperity. We can look for 10% growth rate. China did it for 30 years, so they became a superpower almost. We will go slow, no problem, but we'll catch up with China, don't worry. But we do not have to discard democracy. That's the most important asset we have. It's a gift from God, gift of our constitution makers. And 75 years we have preserved it. And we are going to see more and more growth happening through the democratic model. And therefore, no need to say that social justice. So I kept repeating in my lecture that 10% of GDP devote to social welfare architecture, to building up a strong social welfare architecture. Give what basic goods your 400 to 500 million deprived require it. You have the money, you have the finances, you can do it now, and please go ahead and gift a welfare state to your citizens. I passionately believe in it. And I think this whole issue that we debated today has brought out a lot of things in the public domain which students need to know. The beauty of our constitution, the beauty of our democracy, the beauty of the democratic model and its superiority over any kind of structure, one-party authoritarian structure, which may be delivering faster, but don't get misguided. We will deliver slower, but we will win the race at the end, like the tortoise did. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In the long run, we are far more ahead than China. We can hope that. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Ranjita, ma'am, for your lecture. Yes, ma'am. And Jaharat, ma'am, also. Yes, it was very interesting, informative session. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It was wonderful speaking to all of you today. And Umar, I didn't hear your question. If you want the last parting question, I'll take it from my own student, Umar Jalis, a very favorite student of mine. So I think I give the last, or you should give the last word to ma'am's student, Umar. Yes, please. Umar, you were saying something? Are you connected now? Can you ask your question? I'll be happy to answer.
Some comment on new education policy.
Can anybody else read out Umar's question? Please, if Umar has a question, please somebody else, can you read out? If he's having a problem, can you give it in writing? Can you put it in the chat box? Can somebody who sees the chat box, please put Umar's question to me?
Comment on new education policy and idea of social justice. Because Professor Nandita Narayan, I was hearing her lecture once, former president of DUTA, she has said that the new education policy is a very threat to an idea of social justice. And in India, if we have to achieve a social justice, it has to be a policy driven. Public policy has a very important role, public institution has a very important role, and new education policy seems something that is questioning the idea of social justice as has been expressed by many of the academicians. I'm giving example just Nandita Narayan, former DUTA president. So what is your opinion, ma'am? That new education policy, because it relates with the academician, the success of education policy I mean, responsibility lies with new faculty members like us. So that's what just I'm asking on new education policy, ma'am, if you have any idea.
Yes, the reason why I think a lot of people are very critical about the new education policy is that it increasingly talks of privatization and public-private partnerships in education, and it sort of gives you the feeling that, establishment of global universities and giving space to private universities, because technology has to flow in, and a lot of emphasis is placed on technology and digital education, and of course other things are there, which gives the impression of inclusive education, because they do talk of you can take your degree anytime, any age of your life. You can walk into, open school, sit at home schools, privatization, technology. All this gives you an impression in new education policy that the state wants to bunk its responsibilities for providing good universal public education, and is throwing the field open for private education and public private partnerships, global universities to come and set up their branches here, and so on and so forth. One of the worst fallouts of COVID-19, and I kept talking of COVID-19 because I felt you could relate to what I was talking. It's so recent a phenomenon, and so many of our public policy priorities have changed because of COVID-19. The urgency of certain things have changed because of COVID-19. So I'm consistently, I was talking of public policy priorities in the post-COVID era. In that context only, I said the need for discourse on welfare state once again. Now, if you see the statistics, do you know another problem that has emerged in COVID period? The digital divide. The biggest problem, and therefore you see why I'm talking of welfareism and why I'm talking of rights-based discourse, because if the government has done its bit by passing right to education, and the government keeps saying, we have done this, right to education is there. It's free education for everyone within 1 kilometer of your residence, and wherein its midday meal program is free, uniform is free, books are free, no tuition fee. We have done it for our children. So right to education is there, universal right to education. So the idea that is being given is that after right to education, the Indian state has nothing to do. Let the private people take over. That is certainly objectionable, because I do believe, having seen the growth of an Indian middle class, 400 to 500 million, with subsidized public education happening between the period of 1950 to 1990, the biggest asset of Indian democracy and the biggest bulwark of Indian democracy or protector of Indian democracy is today considered the Indian middle class. How did that middle class grow to 400 to 500 million from 50 to 1990 before new economic policy started? They are the products, like me, of heavily subsidized public education, even at the university level. That heavily subsidized public education made it possible for the poorer class, middle class, to send their children to schools and universities, very good quality institutions, almost free or heavily subsidized. That led to the growth of this middle class. Today, if all the subsidies go, all public universities face problem of resource crunches and problem of funds. If the government is withdrawing gradually from public sector and public education, there will be problems of inequity. Digital divide is one big fallout of COVID period, which shows you may have the best technology of providing online education, but if 50% of school children cannot avail of it because they don't have a computer or a smartphone, then where is equality? Where are we going? So, I think I ended my lecture by saying it's not just important that you talk of equality. It may be a utopian goal, but inequality is going to be the biggest challenge of 21st century, which public policy makers have to understand. So with increased globalization, there'll be growth. There'll be hyper growth, but it will not trickle down unless a regime or public policy interventions take place for checking inequality. So the inequality discourse is growing in the globalized era. And if new education policy has to really cater to issues like digital divide, then more and more of public education and grants have to increase to public schools, public universities. Strengthen your public education system as much as you can before you allow a level playing field to private investors in education. You want to modernize, you want to globalize, that's fine. Let the private investors come in. But first, strengthen your public education system at the school level, at the university level. So that is my critique of the new education policy. Omar.
Thank you, ma'am. From the bottom of my heart, I'm very much thankful to Professor Rumki Basu ma'am, Ranjita ma'am, and Jara Tara ma'am.
Is there any question from the audience?
I'm also thankful to Queen Sinha, because without her, we wouldn't have got the privilege of Rumki ma'am. I'm very much
She was
thankful.
the one who pursued me throughout.
Yes, ma'am.
And she wouldn't have a no for an answer. So I had no option, and I happily agreed to give the lecture here today because Queen Sinha was constantly in touch with me. I really thank her for not only just making me agree, but happily agree to come and speak to you today. So she has a role in.
Definitely. So
Thank you.
thanks to Queen
Thank you,
Sinha.
Piali Banerjee, for inviting me. If you wouldn't have been there, I would not have been here. So it's a really great connection. You attended that international, that there was a celebration of the founding day of our International Popular History Practice Institute.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
met you there.
Yes, ma'am.
And now I met, your renowned scholars, Professor Rumki Basu, Ranjita, and all others here present, Shubham and others. Really, this session was enjoyable, enlightening, and it opened today many doors for further discussion, further organization of such seminar. Thank you from Bangladesh.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ranjita ma'am.
Thank you,
And
Jaharat, for joining in. I was happy listening to you. Thank you, Jaharat.
Yeah,
It was wonderful.
I'm honored by recognition from you. Thank you.
I'm so happy that you joined in. Yes, thank you. And Ranjita, it was wonderful. I can't see you in real space, but in virtual space to have met after such a long time, it was really wonderful. I've been to your university, and they are great hosts. But there has been a gap. We couldn't communicate much in between. So I was really very happy to know that you were coming today. I'm extremely happy to the college, to the political science department for having hosted this national seminar on such a topical, relevant issue. And there were so many things I wanted to speak out about social justice in post-COVID era. There are these things I'm very passionate about, I've written about, and I felt this was another forum which gave me an opportunity to speak. So I'm really happy, thankful. It's been a wonderful time the last few hours.
May I now request our convener of the webinar, Professor Pavan Gurung sir, to say a few words. Please, sir.
Thank you, Piali.
Pawan, I think his net is unstable.
My name is also.
No, we can't hear you. We have just started. Yes, now you are audible. Oh, he's muted it.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Yes.
ma'am. Ranjita ma'am, Rumke ma'am, Jarat ma'am, for providing such a wonderful lecture and speech on social justice in India, which is significant issues that is to be discussed and highlighted today. So that is the reason why we titled this webinar, national webinar on the prevailing social justice in India. There were a lot of questions. There are still a lot of questions from the student side, from the participant side, and from the other from the organizing committee as well. But due to time constraint, we couldn't allow them, and we couldn't allow the organizers, our dear colleagues, and the participants and the students to raise further questions, because there are the presenters and the participants who are waiting to deliver their paper. So after the post-lunch session, we are going to allow one by one the presenter to be ready to deliver their paper. And we were really very thankful and really fortunate to listen such a beautiful lectures and so much important issues and questions were raised. It was discussed. It is still to be discussed. I think this is part one of the webinar on social justice. Hopefully, after 2-3 months, we are going to organize part two with a robust topic on the social justice, because still these things are to be discussed. I'm very sorry to organize a one-day webinar. It should have been 2-day webinar, but part two is still there, ma'am. And ma'am, so I'll give this platform to the anchor of today's webinar. Here is it, carry on.
So I seem to be now a turn to be anchor rather than to be a professor, with all your blessings, ma'am. So my heartfelt thanks to Pawan sir. Without him, this webinar wouldn't have been possible. Head of the department, Santosh Bhagat sir, and from the bottom of my heart, Queen Sinha. Again, a big thanks to Queen Sinha. I being very new in this college, just 1 year and few months, but for me, it's a huge platform. And ma'am, we need your blessings for our future.
Absolutely. You have my blessings, and any time, whenever you call me, I'll be there. So I make it a point never to miss any invitation wherein students are involved. Any part of India, I don't think. And somehow in the COVID period, in the last 2 years, I've been speaking to students all over India, thanks to technology again and our adaptation to the webinar mode. Lectures have been mostly in webinar mode in the last 2 years. So it gave me an opportunity to address students almost in all states of India. I've been, barring a few states maybe, I've addressed almost students in at least 19-20 states of India. It's been a wonderful experience, and I never refuse an invitation from any educational institution or students, whether undergraduate, postgraduate, doctoral, whatever. I never miss the forum.
It's our pleasure,
I'll be happy
ma'am.
to come.
It's our pleasure, ma'am. Regarding the presenters, our second session will begin at 2:30 sharp. So we will welcome all the presenters of the paper. Till then, a short break for 1 hour.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Queen. I can see you finally on the screen. So,
Queen, please come
thank
forward.
you so much.
Queen, please come forward, please. I'm requesting Queen to please come forward.
Yeah, she's finally on screen. I couldn't see her all through.
Yes.
At last I saw her, so I had to thank her.
Madam Prodam, actually, অ্যাকচুয়ালি রঞ্জিতা ম্যাডাম, যারা তারা ম্যাডাম এবং রুমকি ম্যাডাম, আপনাকে তিনজনকে আমার সশস্ত্র বিনম্র প্রণাম। আমার একটা প্রশ্ন ছিল, যদিও সেশনটা ওভার হয়ে গেছে। রঞ্জিতা ম্যাডাম আপনি আছেন? রঞ্জিতা ম্যাডাম বেরিয়ে গেছেন মনে হয়। যাই হোক ম্যাডাম, সেলফ হেল্প গ্রুপ নিয়ে অনেক আলোচনা হয়েছিল এখানে। তো একটা জায়গায় দেখলাম যে সেলফ হেল্প গ্রুপটা এখন বর্তমানে ভীষণ রকম একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম হিসেবে কাজ করছে, যেখানে শুধুমাত্র জেন্ডার ইকুয়ালিটি নয়, এটা এম্পাওয়ারমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে একটা বিশাল বড় টুল হিসেবে কাজ করছে। এবং আমার রিসার্চ ওয়ার্কটা কিন্তু এটার উপরেই। উনি একটা জায়গায় বললেন যে এম্পাওয়ারমেন্টের বিষয়টা, কিন্তু আমি যে স্টাডিটা করেছিলাম সেখানে আমি পুরোটাই পজিটিভ রেসপন্স পেয়েছি। মানে একটা গ্রুপ খোলা থেকে শুরু করে সেটাকে পুরোভাবে ডেভেলপ করা এবং বিভিন্ন রকম ইনকাম জেনারেটিং অ্যাক্টিভিটিস গুলোকে তারা নিচ্ছে, তারা এস্টাবলিশড হচ্ছে, তাদের লাইফস্টাইলটা চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে। কারণ একটা মানুষ যদি আর্ন করে, তার সাইকোলজিক্যাল চেঞ্জ হয়, যেটা তার ইনবর্ন পোটেনশিয়ালিটিকে আরো ডেভেলপ করতে সাহায্য করছে। এবং গভর্নমেন্ট ইনিশিয়েটিভ এবং স্পেশালি এই কোভিড-19 এর সময়টাতে আমরা দেখেছি, যদি আমি পিপিই কিট তৈরি করা বলি বা যদি আমি মা কিচেন রানিং বলি, এগুলো কিন্তু মেজরিটি ক্ষেত্রে সেলফ হেল্প গ্রুপ বা স্বরোজগারীদের নিয়েই হচ্ছে। মানে এটা আমার একটা অবজারভেশন ছিল। আমার মনে হয় ম্যাডাম,
আমি এন্টায়ারলি এগ্রি করছি তোমার সঙ্গে। সেলফ হেল্প গ্রুপস এর উপরে যা কিছু পড়েছি, রিসার্চ দেখেছি, ওভারঅল যদি জিনিসটা বলো, তাহলে ওটা কিন্তু এম্পাওয়ারিং অন দ্য হোল ফর ওমেন। And COVID period, they have played a very important role. So COVID related studies, post-COVID ja kichu impacts on institutions or influence of institutions, tale self-help groups have played a positive role on the whole. Hoyto Ranjita ma'am kono ekta particular study kotha refer korchilen, যেখানে মিক্সড রেসপন্সেস হয়েছে বা অন্যরকম অভিজ্ঞতা হয়েছে। কিন্তু আমার যতটুকু আমি পড়েছি, self-help groups on the whole have done a wonderful job when it comes to women's empowerment. I quite agree with you.
থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম। আমি ভীষণ আপ্লুত, মানে আপনাকে এতক্ষণ ধরে শুনতে পেরেছি। আমরা চুপচাপ শুধু হেডফোন নিয়ে শুনে গেছি, এতটুকু মিস করিনি। কারণ আপনাকে শোনাটা এটা খুব সৌভাগ্যের ব্যাপার। আর যার বই পড়ে বড় হয়েছি, তাকে শোনা এবং দেখা, এটা একটা অনেকটা স্বপ্ন পূরণের মতো আমার কাছে। এবং আমি আশা করি ভবিষ্যতে যখনই দরকার হবে আপনার কাছ থেকে নিশ্চয়ই আশীর্বাদ এবং সাহায্য পাবো।
একদম
আমার কলেজের তরফ থেকে ম্যাডাম আপনাকে আরো প্রণাম। এবং
নিশ্চয়। আর দেখো, এই ওয়েবিনার গুলোতে যে ইস্যুস গুলো ডিসকাসড হলো, এগুলো তো ঠিক আমরা বইয়ে সবসময় লিখে উঠতে পারি না। যদিও আমার লাস্ট 3টে বই যদি দেখো, এই সমস্ত ইস্যুস অফ সোশ্যাল জাস্টিস, বিশেষ করে লাস্ট বইটা, সেটাতে কিন্তু ডিটেইলে এই সোশ্যাল জাস্টিস কিভাবে, ওয়েলফেয়ার স্টেট কাকে বলে, ওয়েলফেয়ার স্টেটের রিডেফিনিশন কিভাবে হচ্ছে, পোস্ট গ্লোবালাইজড এরাতে সোশ্যাল জাস্টিস ওয়েলফেয়ার স্টেট কিভাবে জুড়ে দেওয়া যায়, পাবলিক পলিসি কিভাবে হেল্প করে, এই সমস্ত ইস্যুস গুলো মানে আমি এগুলো হ্যান্ডেল করেছি এই বইয়ে। সো আমার মনে হয় তোমাদের থিমটা খুবই ভালো ছিল। It really provoked me to say much more than probably what I've written even in my book. বইয়ে যতটা পেরেছি লিখেছি, কিন্তু তার থেকে অনেক বেশি আজকে বলতে পেরেছি তোমাদের এই ফোরামে। কারণ ইস্যুটা আমাকে খুব এক্সাইট করে এবং এই ব্যাপারে আমার নিজস্ব একটা বক্তব্য আছে, তাই জন্যই এতটা বলেছি। আমার সাথে আর্গুমেন্ট করতে পারো, আর্গুমেন্টস আর অলওয়েজ অ্যালাউড। বিভিন্ন লোকেদের বিভিন্ন মত থাকে, বিভিন্ন আর্গুমেন্টস থাকে, নানা রকম বক্তব্য শুনছিও, সেটা তো ডেমোক্রেটিক স্পেসে অ্যাবসলিউটলি অ্যালাউড। কিন্তু অনেক কিছু আবার জড়িয়ে যাচ্ছে, নানা রকম জিনিস একটু কি বলবো, এই ডিবেট গুলোতে ওভারল্যাপ করে যাচ্ছে। তাই জন্য আমার মনে হলো যে একটু আলাদা আলাদা করে এগুলোকে ভাবো। সবকিছু একসঙ্গে সবকিছু ইস্যুস গুলো কনফিউজ করে স্টুডেন্টসদের, যে কোনটা পাবলিক, কোনটা প্রাইভেট, কোনটা কনস্টিটিউশনাল, কোনটা লিগাল, কোনটা মার্জিনালাইজ কাকে বলে, কিভাবে পাবলিক পলিসি হেল্প করে, কিভাবে সোসাইটি কমিউনিটি, প্রাইভেট ডোমেইন আর পাবলিক ডোমেইনের ডিফারেন্সটা কি, এই সমস্ত ব্যাপারগুলো একটু ছাত্রদের আমি বোঝাতে চেয়েছি আজকে। জানি না কতটা বোঝাতে পেরেছি, বাট চেষ্টা ছিল যে সেরকম ভাবে তোমরা অ্যাজ স্কলার্স, অ্যাজ রিসার্চার্স, সবকিছু মিক্স আপ করে ফেলো না ইস্যুস গুলো। when these are different things which need to be handled differently and addressed differently, এটাই বলছি। বা তোমাদের সেমিনারের সম্বন্ধে আমি তো বাকি সেশন হয়তো অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারবো না, বাট এই ইনঅগ্রাল সেশনটা আমার মনে হলো খুব ভালো হয়েছে। টু বিগিন উইথ একটা ফ্ল্যাগশিপ ইভেন্ট দিয়ে শুরু করা যায়, এবং কিছু ডিসকাশন যেগুলো আমরা মানে তোমাদের সামনে রাখলাম, সেগুলো ফার্দার ইউ ক্যান টেক ইট আপ ফার্দার ইন দ্য রেস্ট অফ দ্য ডে। ঠিক আছে?
Thank you, madam.
থ্যাংক ইউ।
ম্যাম, could I take you
বলো।
2 minutes?
হ্যাঁ,
আমি
বলো।
2 মিনিট নিতে পারি? আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাম। ম্যাম, আমার একটা সন্দেহ ছিল, মানে সন্দেহ বলতে একটা প্রশ্ন ছিল রিগার্ডিং দ্য রিজার্ভেশন সিস্টেম, which is based on caste. So don't you think so that it could be based on the economic perspective? Why? Because if you look very deeply, then you will find that within the caste hierarchy there are some group of people who are much more rich and they are getting the benefit of the reservation, whereas the downtrodden people, mane jara poor people, they are not getting the actual benefit. So if it is based on the economic policy, so can it be more effective to provide them justice to those downtrodden people? Ma'am, এই ব্যাপারে একটু
দেখো, এটা তো খুব পুরনো ডিবেট, এটা কিন্তু খুব পুরনো একটা ডিবেট। হোয়াট শুড বি দ্য বেসিস অফ রিজার্ভেশন, এটা নিয়ে তো অনেক চর্চা হয়েছে, অনেক বই লেখা হয়েছে, অনেক মতামত শুনেছি। আমি পার্সোনালি মনে করি কাস্টের যে এন্ট্রেঞ্চড ইনইকুয়ালিটিস গুলো, সেটা এতদিনে অনেক কমে গেছে। তো ওই যে কয়েকটা জিনিস অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড উইথ কাস্ট সিস্টেম ছিল, এসেনশিয়ালি entrenched inequalities বা embedded social inequalities, সেটা কাস্ট রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতো, বহুদিন অবধি করেছে। বাট ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্সের 75 বছর তো হয়ে গেল, এবার তো টাইম টু লুক এট আদার ফ্যাক্টরস ফর রিজার্ভেশন অলসো। সো আমার মনে হয় এবার কাস্ট ব্যাপারটা স্টেট ওয়াইজ অ্যানালিসিস করে লেট স্টেটস ডিসাইড, কারণ অনেকগুলো জিনিস তো আমাদের ডাইভার্স আর প্রচন্ড ভেরিয়েশন আছে ডিফারেন্ট স্টেটসে। So 28 states of India can see, based on a caste census maybe, or whatever kind of census, an actual reality of different castes, which are তাদের inequalities গুলো বা তাদের deprivations গুলো কিরকম ভাবে ওই স্টেটে ওয়ার্কআউট করছে। It may be a different story in another state. তাই ওইভাবে বলা যে এই একেবারে সরিয়ে দাও, সেটাও বলা যাচ্ছে না। তাই কাস্টের ব্যাপারে পাবলিক পলিসিস যাই হোক, রিজার্ভেশন অর আদারওয়াইজ, শুড বি স্টেট ওয়াইজ। স্টেটসরা নিজেরা ডিসাইড করুক যে which are the castes which are habitually discriminated against, বা এখনো অনেক ডেপ্রিভেশন বা ইনইকুয়ালিটি ফেস করছে। সো তাদের জন্য না হয় রিজার্ভেশন থাক। আর অনেক স্টেটে ওসব কিছু আর নেই, চলে গেছে, ওগুলো 75 বছর অলরেডি অ্যাড্রেস, ওগুলো পুরনো মানে ছিল, এখন আর নেই। তাহলে ওই পলিসিগুলো চেঞ্জ করে যাওয়া উচিত। আমি পাবলিক পলিসি চেঞ্জ খুব জরুরি আমাদের দেশে। ব্রিটিশ আমলের ল গুলো এখনো বসে আছে। Why? You need to review all the time. You need to review your laws. সেই ব্রিটিশ আমলের লস বলো আর পরবর্তীকালের লস বলো, 75 বছরে অনেক social change ইন্ডিয়াতে হয়েছে। Laws should keep in pace with social change. ওরম ফ্রিজ করে দিলে চলে না laws. They need to be reviewed and changed from time to time. তাই কাস্ট ব্যাপারটা 28টা স্টেটে আলাদা রকম প্রজেক্ট, সেইভাবে স্টেট গভর্নমেন্ট should take decision on reservation.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. I have read so many of your books, particularly on international relations, that book. And yes, thank you so much.
ঠিক আছে, এবার can I leave now with your permission?
Have a good day.
তোমরা সব, I'm happy. আমি এখনো বারবার বলছি, কখনো যখনই বলবে আমি এসে যাব। I make it a point. আমি তো বলছি আমার নতুন ধরনের এক্সপোজার হয়েছে কোভিড পিরিয়ডে, যে এমন সব স্টেটে গেছি ছাত্রদের শুনতে বলতে বা অ্যাড্রেস করেছি যে স্টেটে আমি কখনো আগে যাইনি। সো আমি তো বলতে পারি অন্তত আমাদের 20টা স্টেটে আমি ওয়েবিনার করেছি এই কোভিড পিরিয়ডে। That is one of the advantages of technology. বিভিন্ন স্টেটের রিয়ালিটি আলাদা, এটাই আমি বুঝেছি। আমাদের দেশটা এত ডাইভার্স, এত ডিফারেন্ট, আর এত বেশি ডাইভার্সিটি, কোনো একটা ট্রুথ ইজ নট অ্যাপ্লিকেবল টু অল। তাই জন্য বিভিন্ন স্টেটে যখন যাই, বিভিন্ন স্টেটের রিয়ালিটি দেখতে পাই, তখন বুঝি যে পাবলিক পলিসি শুড বি অ্যাড্রেসড বাই দ্য স্টেট গভর্নমেন্টস অ্যাজ পার দ্য রিকোয়ারমেন্টস অফ দ্য স্টেট। রিভিউ করতে থাকো, চেঞ্জ করতে থাকো। ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলের রিয়ালিটি কেরালায় নয়, কেরালার রিয়ালিটি অন্ধ্রতে নয়, অন্ধ্রের রিয়ালিটি উড়িষ্যায় নয়, উড়িষ্যার রিয়ালিটি মিজোরামে নেই, কাশ্মীরের রিয়ালিটি তো পাঞ্জাবে নেই, নেবারিং স্টেট তাও আলাদা, নেবারিং স্টেটস গুলো এত আলাদা। তাই আমাদের দেশের যে সব থেকে বড় জিনিস, সেটা হচ্ছে আমাদের হিউম্যান রিসোর্স, আর সেটা এত ডাইভার্স, সেটা আমাদের ট্রেজার করা উচিত। বোঝা উচিত যে ডেমোক্রেসি অ্যালাউস দ্যাট ডাইভার্সিটি। এই ব্যাপারে আমার বক্তব্য এটাই, যে কোনো একটা কিছু বলা বেসড অন দ্য রিয়ালিটিস অফ ওয়ান স্টেট, এটা ঠিক নয়। লুক এট দ্য রিয়ালিটিস অফ ডিফারেন্ট স্টেটস অফ ইন্ডিয়া। এখন অনেক বেশি ট্রাভেল করছি, অনেক বেশি স্টুডেন্টসদের বিভিন্ন স্টেটে গেছি, অ্যাড্রেস করেছি। সো আমি বুঝেছি যে কোনো ইস্যুর ওপরে একটা কথা বলা যায় না, একটা ফাইনাল কথা বলা যায় না। সেই স্টেটের রিয়ালিটি বুঝে, পড়ে, স্টাডি করে, রিসার্চ করে তবে বলা উচিত। বাট একটা জেনারেল কথা আমি বলতে চাই, যে পাবলিক পলিসিস ক্যান অ্যাড্রেস মেনি কাইন্ডস অফ ইনজাস্টিসেস অ্যান্ড সোশ্যাল ইনজাস্টিসেস, যেটা তোমাদের সেমিনারের থিম। বাট সেই ইনজাস্টিস গুলো কিন্তু পুরো ভারতবর্ষে আছে সেরকমও নয়। সেগুলো কাস্ট বেসড বলো, ক্লাস বেসড বলো, রিজন বেসড বলো, এগুলো ওইভাবেই দেখা উচিত। And accordingly laws can be made at the state level to redress these injustices. This is what I feel. তো আই থিঙ্ক আমি তো অনেকক্ষণ বললাম, একাই বলে গেলাম, অনেকে তোমাদের বলতেও শুনতেও জানি না কিরকম লেগেছে, বাট আই ওয়াজ হ্যাপি টু কাম।
ম্যাডাম, আমাদের ভীষণ ভালো লেগেছে, এবং আমরা যার জন্য সবাই কানে হেডফোন নিয়ে শুনছিলাম, এবং যদি এখনো এটা চলে আমাদের কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
না না না, তোমাদের দেরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে,
হ্যাঁ
অন্য
নিশ্চয়ই,
সেশন আছে, তোমাদের
Exactly,
পরবর্তী
madam, আর
সেশন।
আপনি অনেকক্ষণ দিয়েছেন, সকাল 10:30 থেকে
হ্যাঁ।
আজকে এতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত, যে আপনাকে আমরা পাবো, এটা আমাদের একটা পরম প্রাপ্তি এবং সৌভাগ্যের বিষয়।
না না, আমি নিশ্চয়ই, আমারও ভালো লেগেছে, তাই এতক্ষণ থেকে গেলাম।
সেটা
পরবর্তীকালেও নিশ্চয়ই আসবো। ঠিক আছে, এবার যাই তাহলে, উঠি, যাকে বলে আমরা বাংলায় বলি এবার উঠি। ঠিক আছে,
নমস্কার ম্যাডাম।
হ্যাঁ নমস্কার।
मेरा फोन से हो रहा है। अच्छा, sorry. अच्छा, dear participants,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to the second session of our webinar, Perspective on Social Justice in India, held on 22nd of this month, organized by Department of Political Science, Hindi Shift, Banwarilal Bhalotia College. Our first paper presenter is from Polba Mahavidyalaya, Munna Thakur, Social Justice in Respect of the Constitutional Rights of Persons with Disability in India.
Yes. First of all, a warm good afternoon to members of organizing committee of this webinar, and also a warm good afternoon to all the eminent, enlightened speakers, earlier speakers, who aware us about the different social justice area in our country and also in the world. Now, as far in my part, I have chosen the social justice in respect of
right of person with disabilities in India. Before explaining it, I want to highlight the main point of my paper. My first point is what is social justice? And my second point is what is disability and their population in India? My third point is what are the constitutional rights for persons with disabilities in India? And my fourth point is that is last point whether persons with disabilities in India are feeling
Excuse me,
justice.
sir. Excuse me, sir. You are not visible. You are not visible, sir. Please adjust your camera. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh, May I visible?
Yes, sir. You are now
10
visible.
minutes बोलो सर 10 minutes
With these constitutional rights and policies in India, or whether these rights and policies are able to provide social justice to them or not. If I talk about the meaning of social justice, the earlier eminent enlightened speakers have explained it very clearly. So far as my view is concerned, social justice is the justice for all-round development of each individual of the society. For attaining social justice, the principle of equal treatment need to be balanced with the principle of proportionate justice and also with the principle of recognition of the special needs of society. Special attention should be given to the vulnerable and marginalized section of the society, without which we cannot imagine a healthy society. Now, I'm going to highlight on my second point of my paper, that is the meaning of disability and their population in India. Almost 10% of total population of India are disabled, which is almost 14 crores. Right of Person with Disability Act 2016 identified 21 types of disability in India. According to the Oxford Dictionary, a disability could be described as an impairment which can be intellectual, limitation, cognitive improvement, sensory, exercise, or a mixture of all these. Incapacity impacts a person's activities and may happen at birth. Sometimes it could happen in adulthood. United Nations Convention on the Right of Person with Disability 2006 described disability by stating that disability results from the interaction between the person with impairment and attitudinal and environmental barriers that hindered their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. The convention further emphasized that persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. In the medical model, individuals with certain physical, intellectual, psychological, and mental impairment are taken as disabled. According to this, the disability lies in the individual as it is equated with restriction of the activity with the burden of adjusting with environment through cure, treatment, and rehabilitation. On the other hand, social model focused on society which impose unable restriction on the behavior of the person with impairment. In this, disability does not lie in individual, but in the interaction between individual and the society. It advocates that persons with disabilities are right holders and are entitled to strive for the removal of the institutional, physical, informational, and attitudinal barrier in society. Now, I'm going to explain my third point, that is, what are the constitutional rights which are available for the disabled people in India? Or what are the different policies which are available for improving the lives of the disabled people in India? The Constitution of India provides ample scope for the development of legal instruments to protect the rights of disabled people. Some of the major constitutional provisions facilitating supportive provision on disability in India, which are as follows. The Constitution of India, through its preamble, seeks to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, and political liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and of opportunity, dignity of the individual is a fundamental notion behind all the fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3 of the Constitution of India. Part 3 of Constitution of India provides us for a set of 6 fundamental rights to all citizens. In a few cases, to non-citizens also. This includes right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and fundamental educational rights, and right to constitutional remedy. All these rights are also available to persons with disabilities, even though no specific mention of such rights or words appear in this part of the Constitution. Further, the state has been directed under the various provisions of the Constitution to extend similar treatment to all persons, including disabled. Article 41 of the Constitution of India declares that the state shall, within the limits of its economic capacity and development, make effective provision for securing the rights to work, to educate, and to public assistance in case of unemployment, old age, sickness, and disablement, and in other cases of the undeserved want. Article 46 of Indian Constitution lays down an obligation on the state to promote with special care the educational and economical interest of the weaker section of society and protect them from social injustice and all form of exploitation. Indian Constitution, while distributing legislative power between the center and the state, kept the disability issue in the state. Relief to the disabled is a state subject by virtue of entry number 9 of list 2 of the Constitution of India. Apart from these, Panchayat Raj has been given power in 11th schedule to Article 243G, that is social welfare, including welfare of the handicapped and mentally retarded, entry number 26. And also, municipality has been given power in 12th schedule to Article 243W, that is safeguarding the interest of weaker section of society, including the handicapped and the mentally retarded, that is in entry number 9 of that. Article 249 of the Constitution of India empowered the Parliament to legislate on any subject failing in any list in order to fulfill its international obligation. India is signatory of United Nations Convention on the Right of Person with Disability, so central government can also make laws for persons with disabilities with state government and others. Apart from these, there are some legal provisions on disability in India which are as following. First, the Mental Health Act 1987, the Rehabilitation Council Act 1992, the Person with Disability Equal Opportunity Protection of the Right and Full Participation Act 1995, the National Trust for the Welfare of Person with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mentally Retarded, and Multiple Disability Act 1999, the Right of Person with Disability Act 2016. All these are the policies for the person with disabilities in India. Apart from this, every state of India has their own program and policies for protecting their rights. Now, the question here arises whether these constitutional rights and programs are able to provide the social justice to them or not, or whether persons with disabilities are feeling justice with these rights or not. It is the main question. So far as my view is concerned, the answer is not. According to my point, there is not the dignity of the disabled people in India, though there are constitutional and the legal rights for them. The present Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, on 27th December 2015, in his speech of Man Ki Baat, said that we should use the word Divyang in place of Diklang to refer to person with disability, which means the one with divine body. Morally, it is good, but in practice, it is a matter of law. Prime Minister just wanted to elevate the level of dignity of Indian disabled people by using the term Divyang, but there is no any effect in the line of the life of the disabled people. Only changing the name does not guarantee that.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello?
Sir, you have another 2 minutes to conclude, sir.
Okay. Here, I am myself visually disabled. My problem and its observation is the source of the thought. Not only my problem, I have observed 20 disabled people lived in different types of disability, such as hearing impaired, orthopedical impaired, speaking disabilities mentally, and multiple disabled persons. In Matiali Batavari, एक number Gram Panchayat, under Matiali block in the district of Jalpaiguri of West Bengal. After discussing with them, I have found many things which can prove that there is no social justice for them in the society. Firstly, they don't know that the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, has told to the public to use the term Divyang in place of the Diklang. So, how the term will work? Secondly, out of 20 disabled people, 10 have not disability certificate. No one is there to tell them about their rights. Here, what is the government and non-government organizations who are talking for the justice for them? And thirdly, there are two families who hide their daughter's disability due to social prestige. So where is the dignity of these two girls? Fourthly, they said that local people use the slang words to call them. At that time, no one is there to save the dignity of these people. Fifthly, out of 20 disabled people, no one has permanent work and no any person give them the work to do. So here, how will they live the life? They are the burden on their families. Hence, where is the dignity, social justice for them? Where is the constitution? Sixthly, they said that they could not read in school because when they used to go to school, the non-disabled students make jokes on them, which they could not tolerate, and they left the school. Here their dignity is violated by the non-disabled students. Seventhly, they said that they are unable to climb in the buses, so they don't go to their relatives and outside of their village. It means that there is no barrier-free environment for them. Though the government is talking about they have done the barrier-free environment for them. Here, where is the equality? Where is the liberty? Where is the justice? In the constitution or in the hands of the government? Eighthly, one among them was graduate. He said that he does not go to government offices because the officers don't listen to his matter. And he
sorry to interrupt you. I think your time is over. Okay.
Please give me just 1-2 minutes.
Achha, achha.
1 to
Okay, just last 1 minute, okay?
And he does not get any response from them. Once he went to post office to withdraw his pension amount, at that time, the staff of the post office said that, which type of disability do you have? He told visually disabled. Then he said that you are looking well. Why is government giving you pension? The staff told him that he is cheating the government and he used many slang words. Here, where is the dignity? Where is the social justice for him? Ninthly, no one wants to marry this type of people. Here, they lose their dignity. Here they are unable to get the social justice in the society. Tenthly, they told that they cannot express their view on anything because they always feel less confidence. So he loses his dignity. 11thly, many of them said that their disability is the result of their previous karma. This thought makes them feel poor and less confident, and they feel that there is no meaning of their lives. So here, their dignity lost, they lost their social justice in society. This was from my side. Thank you. Give me a chance to say something on this.
Achha, thank you very much, Professor Munna Thakur. Now I would like the participant to raise some questions regarding the topic that the professor had discussed right now. Is there any questions from the house? Is there any question from the participants? Achha, no more questions. Okay. So we'll move. Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation.
Hello.
And now we will move to our next participant. So he is Umar Jales. Umar Jales, and he is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science from Banwarilal Bhalotia College. And his topic is Myth and Realities of Caste Hegemony among Muslims with special reference to minority institutions. So I would like to pass this mic to Umar Jales for his presentation.
Thank you, Pawan, and thank you, Payali Mama also. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, thank you. So I will present a paper. I will try to conclude in very short time because already we are a little bit late. So the paper, as Pawan sir has said, the heading of the paper is Myths and Realities of Caste Hegemony Among Muslims with a special reference to minority institution. Now here I would like to explain that through the control of minority institutions, a dominant caste within the Muslim minority community, they try to control the overall development of community. And these dominant castes generally become a representative and speaker of the community, and they never raise the basic question of the community. That something is problem of caste exists there. And there is a denial of a problem of, in the implementation of the social justice, a problem is being created by the community leader itself. So little bit I will read on this, the paper, that how caste has been imagined among the Muslim community. Okay, I will keep it short as possible, as early as possible. Now here I will read. Caste system, which is very explicitly discussed in Hindu theology and has been the subject of intense social, anthropological, and political debate. But the same caste system was left at margin when their practice comes to the lived Islam of South Asia. Caste got very less recognition both in academic as well as at social and political debate when the problems of Muslims are being discussed in this region. This situation occurs when the common argument that there is hardly any evidence of caste practice in Islamic theology. But caste as a social phenomena which exists in this part of the world is a social reality. Even though social organization which exists among Muslims in India has Arab and Middle Eastern characteristics, can nevertheless totally separate itself from the local caste categorization. What is interesting, that institution of caste has been very properly appropriated by the Muslims when it comes to sharing of resources as well as social domination is concerned. Now, little bit I will explain that how caste is being categorized by some of the academicians like Professor Imtiaz Ahmad and Hilal Ahmad. According to theology of Islam, everyone born equal in the eyes of God, and nobody can seek justification of any practice of social inequality. Therefore, Islam explicitly rejects caste or social stratification. However, some studies in last decade indicated that the prevalence of casteism among the Muslims in India and this practice are determined by birth and occupation. There are 2 to 3 groups of caste among Muslims. The social categorization created 3 categories: Ashraf, Azlaf, and Arzal. These are the 3 categories of the Muslim community in India. Now, who are Ashrafs? Ashrafs are generally descendant of the Arabia or Persian Central Asian race. Okay, they are the descendant of the conquest. Therefore, they are considered to be the Ashrafia, because in India, if you will see, the common argument is that Muslims are the rulers of the Indian subcontinent. But if you will see it minutely, none of the local Muslim were the ruler in entire subcontinent. Right from the Muhammad bin Qasim to the last Mughal emperor, none of the Muslims ruler in India were local Muslims. They were actually, if we say, they can be called invader, they are the conqueror, and they all are the outsider. Now, these descendant of these outsiders are considered to be the Ashraf, which are the elite, which are called the elite, and the local converts are called Azlafs. Now, who are these local converts? Many studies shows that most of these local converts are OBCs. Who are the OBCs? Which are considered to be the Shudra within the Hindu community, and later Arzals. Arzals are the Ati Shudras who converted to Islam. Now, what is happening after independence? The Muslims were not part of the SC community, so scheduled caste community. Why? Because most of the representative in the political parties, particularly in Indian National Congress, the Muslim voices were represented by the Ashrafs, which are the elite, which are the highest caste, which are the descendant of the conquest, and the real local converts, who are the Azlaf and Arzals. Arzals are the Ati Shudras. For example, even there is a Valmiki caste within the Muslims, which are called Halal Khor, who are involved in human scavenging. So they are practically, they are occupant of the Ati Shudras, and in that sense, there is a clear categorization of caste among the Muslim community, particularly in North India like UP, Bihar, and Urdu-speaking state. Even I think in Bengal also there are large number of lower caste peoples. Now here what is happening, another thing which is there in my paper, that the hegemony of caste people through the academic institution and other institutions. What is actually happening, that the Indian state created minority institution for the development of the overall minorities, whether it is Jamia Millia Islamia or Aligarh, which was actually created before independence, but there are lots of other minority institutions at the state level. What is interesting, that most of these institutions are controlled and dominated by the Ashrafs, which are the elite, which are the upper caste, which are descendant of the conquest, and they control to dominate these institutions, and through their domination, they somewhere manage their hegemony. Hegemony in a sense that since the local converts, the Muslims who are the converted, many of these are OBCs, they are not able to enter the minority institution. I will just give example of Jamia Millia Islamia. Jamia Millia has become, I think in 2012 or 13, a central minority institution. And in that minority institution, 50% seat has been reserved for the Muslim minority and 50% for the general, non-Muslims. Within that minority 50%, only 10% has been given to the OBC community, which are OBCs Muslims, whereas the actual population of OBC Muslims are more than 70%. So in that sense, even though the Indian state is allocating resources, funding in the name of minorities, the real fruit, the real benefit of these resources are landing in the hands of those who are at the dominant position. They are in the dominant position, and in that sense, even you see, if you take the institution like All India Muslim Personal Law Board, They are the self-declared representative of the Muslim community. They are the voice of the Muslim community. But if you will see the, structure of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, first of all, they are not elected. They are unelected body, which are dominated by the majority of the general caste, which are Ashrafiya, who are called Ashrafs, and they become the voice of the entire community. But what they are doing, instead of articulating the real problem of the community, and that problem of socio-economic backwardness is much with the Azlaf, which are converted, which are OBCs, which are Shudras and Adi Shudras within the Muslim community. So in that sense, if you will see, there is a clear denial of social justice, not by the Indian state, not by any political party in that way, but by the community within itself. The point which I want to make here is that with the help of these institutions, whether it is the educational institutions or other institutions, these dominant castes are maintaining their caste hegemony, their superior position, and as a result of that, the Sachar Committee report and many other reports says that Muslims in India continue to lag behind even the Dalit community. So in an overall structure, the Muslim community continue to remain backward, and the reason for the backwardness is not to blame some institution or like that, but because there is a, there is not a comprehensive understanding and study of the community itself. And caste, which is a social reality, a very harsh social reality, which very much exists within the Muslim community, has to be taken into cognizance by the state and institutions, by all political parties, whoever they are in power, that Muslims cannot be categorized as a homogeneous community. Sorry, yeah, they are not homogenized, but they are a heterogeneous community. There is a social stratification within the community, and these stratification has to be recognized. And once the stratification, the problem can be recognized from the caste perspective, then only the certain policies which are being given or which are being formulated just in the name of the total minority, the policy driven change or progress or development which can take place has to be understood within the subjectivity of the problem. The minority problem is not an objective problem, it is a subjective problem. There is a problem of gender, there is a problem of caste very much. So in that sense, my paper try to explain and try to present it that caste is not a myth, as the teaching of Islam says that Islam is an egalitarian society. Islam does not teach about this kind of discrimination. Yes, maybe at the theological point of perspective, Islam does not categorize, but as far the anthropological practice is concerned, Indian Muslims or subcontinent Muslims, they are very much casteist. There is a caste hegemony. There is a caste discrimination at the institutional level by the dominant caste. In that sense, the hegemony of these upper castes continue to exist, which needs to be addressed through the academic research and other policy framework process. Thank you. This much I want to speak. I hope that I convey my message.
Thank you very much, Professor Umar Jales.
Thank you.
So now it's a question and answer session. Questions. So I request the participant to raise question to Professor Umar Jales.
Dr. Jalis?
Yeah. Tell me.
Of Kiji? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Very few study has shown that most of the victims of the communal violence perpetuated against Muslim are Pasmanda and not Ashrafs. How do you see this?
No, what I'm saying that communal violence, in communal violence, you are saying that the violence which has been orchestrated against the community, it is not by the Muslim community itself. You are saying that. Your question is that it has been orchestrated by the majority community, you want to say.
No, no, from the both sides. Violence is not from one-sided. It is
Yeah.
within from the minority community and also from the majority community. But the victims are Pasmanda.
Yeah, of course. Most of the communal violence, if you will see, the victims are from the backward caste. Okay. If you will take even the who are convicted, most of them are also from the backward caste. Even from, if you see the majority community in Gujarat case, Babu Bajrangi was not an upper caste person. Okay. Whether it is a victim or it is a convict, all will be the lower caste people, struggling caste people. That's what I'm saying. That sometimes, if you will see, for example, I'm giving you a very simple example. When RSS says that let's remove the reservation, so even the Muslim upper caste are equally agreeing with the RSS that yes, remove the reservation. They are on the same page. They are on the same page because they have a problem with the idea of social justice. What I want to explain that the upper caste, irrespective of community, the general caste, they have a problem with the idea of social justice like reservation. So within the Muslim community, I want to say that the progress of the most major community, the majority of the Muslim community are not developed. It is not because I'm blaming the Indian state or any majority community people. Their voices are not being put properly by the leader of the Muslim community who are actually upper caste, who try to maintain the backwardness of the community as a large to continue their hegemony of rulership. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Umar.
Yes, sir.
Shubham Kanu has raised his hand.
May I? Yeah.
Yes.
I just thank you, Umar, for highlighting this is very important perspective generally which we are not discussed. Yeah, particularly what is happening in the minority communities or other communities, how I mean religious dominance or caste system is working under within the community. I just want to make one point.
Yes,
The
sir.
very important, I remember, in particularly in Indian scenario, and that minority communities such as Muslims, Sikhs, and Christianity, the caste system work within them as well as in Hinduism also. I hope you watch that documentary that India Untouched. It's a 4-volume documentary which is available in India, where probably it was directed by the Stalin K. He's shown how this, caste system working in Christianity, in Sikhism, in Gurudwara there is a divisions where the upper caste will sit and the lower caste will sit. Even in Christianity, there is a division within the graveyard. After death, there is a place there. The upper caste is allowed and lower caste is not allowed there. So there, caste is working in everywhere. It's imbibed in our blood, I think, which would not be, in that way possible to eradicate. Anyway, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anybody else question?
Is there any question? I think Shubham Kanu has raised his hand.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. You have very rightly pointed out the caste discrimination within the minority group, particularly Muslim. So, how can we? My simple question is that how can we make the difference between the Ashraf and the Ajab? Ajab means the particularly converted Indian, and when the government is giving public, when the government is distributing public good, does it make any distinction between the Ashraf and Ajab? because why Muslims are particularly under the category of OBC, that means the other backward class. It is called the class, not the caste, right? So they are given the benefit while considering them as a backward class, not as caste. So the government does not make the distinction between which caste should be prioritized and which not. So how can we make the difference? My question to you is that.
See, as far the OBC is concerned, other backward class is a politically created class. Today, one caste is out of OBC, tomorrow it can be. Okay, that is the class. But what I am saying, the Indian state has to recognize the existence of caste which are there within the Muslim community, because they are the converted of those occupation. The occupation their ancestors have done that. Okay, so the Indian state has to engage with this reality that Muslims are not homogeneous, they are totally heterogeneous, and the community is divided into two major categories. That's the Ashraf, who are considered to be the descendant of the Persian or the Arabs. The target, the public policies, the policies of the government has to be for the local converts. For example, in Bihar, Nitish government said that yes, there is a Pasmanda Muslim Mahas. Pasmanda Muslim Mahas is a organization of the backward Muslims, okay, who are considered to be the Shudra or whatever they are. So the Nitish government has categorized that there will be a certain provision for the Pasmanda Muslim, and one of that Pasmanda leader became MP also. But in West Bengal, I have seen that all Muslims are given reservation. Perhaps OBC A category is there for the all. Here, the leaders of the Pasmanda, or even if there is a honesty within the community, they can say to the state that, see, the benefit of the policy should go to the real target group. We are not the homogeneous community. And that's why what I wrote in the title of paper, Myths and Reality of Hegemony. But the leaders, like whether it is Salman Khurshid, whether it is Azam Khan, whether they all are Ashrafia, they never talk in the cabinet when they are member of the cabinet that the problems of the Muslim communities are these. And today we shout that Muslims are backward. Even the backwardness is more than the Dalit. So if there is a leadership of Muslim from right from the 1947, okay, there was always a two Muslim minister in the Congress cabinet, even in most of the state cabinet. But why there is a problem? Why the backwardness is there? Because we have to recognize the problem in a very anthropological sense. Like discussion, the research on caste within the Hindi community has been done anthropologically, socially, politically, by every dimension. And there has been an excellent academic work done on that. But caste within the Muslim community has never been a dominant discourse within the academic also. The academicians simply, they say, Muslims are, because Islam is an egalitarian religion. Nobody is talking about Islam. Islam is theology. Let's talk about social entity called Muslims. And what are their problems? But unfortunately, the states seem to be reluctant in engaging with the real issues. And the so-called liberal progressive Muslims, they also did not raise this issue because they think that it will be a problem for the community. The problem is there in the community, but the cognizance is not there, recognition is not there, which has to be done. Then only the entire idea of social justice will land within the community at the grassroots.
Thank you,
Hope
sir.
I answered.
Any more questions from the participants? Acha, we'll move to the next presenter. So his name is Subhajit Som, Assistant Professor at Department of Law from North Bengal University. So his paper is on environmental activism in India, an analysis of recent environmental movements in India. So the mic is to Subhajit Som now.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, is my voice clear?
Yeah, absolutely clear, yes.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude, sincere gratitude to all my respected dignitaries, and I would like to especially thank to the Department of Political Science, Banwarilal Bhalotia College, for giving me this platform to present my paper today. Today I'm presenting my paper on environmental activism in India, an analysis of recent environmental movements in India. Uh, Environmental movements is a kind of social movement, uh, is a type of a social movement that involves an array of persons, group, and coalition that observes a common interest in environmental protection and act to bring about changes in central policies and practices, according to Tong and Yankee, 2005. So here, I would like to mention that the environmental movements are also kind of social movements, and environmental activism has been active in India through various environmental movements, and that have a long history, like Bishnoi movement, Chipko movement, Narmada movement, Silent Valley protest, Tehidam project, Epico movement. But the way these movements have gained the popularity and the public support over the times, but in recent times we get to see that the movements, environmental movements, and the activism are not coming up in the limelight. So it is a small effort on my part to discuss few environmental movements in India which are going on. So here, the environmental activism actually means that is the bringing together of numerous groups of people and organizations to work together, social, scientific, political, and the conservation fields to tackle environmental concerns. These persons and organizations are all member of the green movement, green living, or environmental sustainability, and they all share committed commitment to environmental protection and preservation. Coming up with the answers to environmental problems is the most important philosophy. The most and these people have in terms of ideas in coming up with solutions to the environmental problems. So environmental activism can be divided into three parts based on the definition that is segmentary, polycentric, and network. So the segmentary means that the organization has a diverse group that comes together with a common interest. Polycentric means that these groups have multiple and often temporary centers of influence. And lastly, it referred to the network. It is referred to the because it has loose, integrated, and reticulate network that has multiple linkage formed through the overlapping membership. Okay, so among the main focus, like the environmental activism in India, like in the world in 21st century, are like nuclear power, acid rain, toxic waste, and road building. So here, just a minute. So the roots of modern environmental activism lie in the 19th century and the formation of the first environmental organization, typically representing the interest of conservationists and natural historians. Such groups were formed in Europe, North America, covering the interest and at diverse animal welfare, and Britain's Royal Society and George Perkins Marsh, The Man and Nature, which introduced nations of sustainability, national parks, wilderness preservation. So this growth. Okay, so the growth of environmental activism through the 1960s spurred the creation of environmental policies by national governments. On January 1st, 1970, US President Richard Nixon signed the National Environmental Policy, which is abbreviation is NEPA, NEPA, into law on live television, and declared the 1970s to be the decade of environment. So today I'll be discussing some few recent environmental activisms and environmental movements in India. So first of all, I would like to focus on the Save Dehing Patkai movement. Save Dehing Patkai movement is a movement began as a response to National Board of Wildlife (NBWL) decision in April 2020 to allow northeastern coal fields to open cast mines in 98.59 hectares of Dehing Patkai Wildlife Sanctuary in Assam. So, Coal India Limited had been mining on 57.2 hectares of the newly permitted territory since 2003. According to an RTI filed by activist Rohit Chaudhary, the 111.19 hectares sanctuary called the Amazon of the East is home to over 40 species of animals, 30 kinds of birds, and 40 species of reptiles and 100 varieties of orchids. So it has the greatest variety of wild cats of any place on the planet. So the logging and hunting and illicit mining are already problems in the elephant reserves, and granting these activities and legal status will only exacerbate them. So human-animal conflicts will increase as the habitat diminishes. So members of All Assam Student Union or ASU and the All Assam Matak Youth Students Union conducted a human chain protest in the Tinsukia district earlier in May 2020. People all around the country, including celebrities like Adil Hussain, Randeep Huda, and Joy Barua, also use this hashtag, the Safe Dehing Patkai, to stage online protests. And the Forest Man of India, Jadav Fine, had also appealed to the center to rethink about his judgment. Some NGOs and environmental activists have also launched the signature collection campaign. Next environmental activism that I want to focus on, which is Save RA in Mumbai. Save RA protest is another, it's one of its kinds, and several petitions have been taken, like against the peeling of the RA colony for Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Metro 3 car shed were denied by the Bombay High Court at a time when the rest of the world was moving towards climate action. So, in this sense, the Save RA protest marches began when the car shed project was approved in August, and they gained strength after that. RA is the only national park in the world that is located within the city limit of a major city. So it is a home not just flora and fauna, but also to many tribal tribes that have been displaced by various government activities. So on September 2019,
Sorry to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes in your hand. Please
okay,
conclude.
sir. I'm trying to precise my paper. Okay, so on September 2019, a group of concerned people, environmentalists, students, and activists marched to the streets with protests from a human chain to show their opposition to move. And in the midst of this, HC High Court cleared the way for cutting trees following it. But this protest has been going on, and it is like the protest begins steaming into RA and safeguards Mumbai green lung. Another environmental activism, which is climate action strike. The students in the major cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Kolkata, Chennai staged peaceful protests in the prominent city areas during the third week of September 2019, and responding to Greta Thunberg's call for mass protests to urge governments to take decisive actions against the climate change. And this was mostly led by youngsters and who used the slogans to emphasize the seriousness of global warming. And the next environmental activism or environmental movement, which is Right to Breathe protest, which carried out in the capital of India, in Delhi, as the air quality index fell to 494, which is quite worrisome. The nation's capital was plunged into an environmental calamity. So toxic pollution and the influx of the city, making even breathing dangerous to one's health in Delhi. So on November 5, nearly 1,500 people gathered at Amar Jawan Jyoti, India Gate, and for the protest organized as a result of several social media campaigns. And this success of the protest enforcing government actions to climate change was underlined by Leonardo DiCaprio, the famous Hollywood star. So the Supreme Court ordered state government to address this issue of crop and garbage burning, and the center agreed to spend the Green Climate Fund to battle hazardous air pollution, but the air quality index remains abysmal. So, in concluding remark, I would like to state that the various environmental movements have been going on in different places in India. Majority of times, these movements are or the activities do not get limelight. That is the main problem, and many environmental movements protests get exhausted due to the lack of public support. And public support and the initial and the actions by the government, or many times the movements that we have seen that it is a result of the government, these are exhausted because of the government repression. So, and also we get to see that the movements are also politically motivated and used for political purpose. But generally, what we get to see that the most movements are carried out by the common people for the sake of the environment and to protect the environment. So here it is a small step by me, taken up this recent environmental movements which are going on across the country with various aspects of the environment. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor Subhajit Som. So is there any question to Professor Subhajit Som? Is there any question? So can we proceed to no question? Achha, okay. So can we proceed to the next participant? The next participant is Binoy Ravidas, Assistant Professor of Political Science from Balurghat College, Dakshin Dinajpur. So his paper is on caste hatred and impediment to social justice for Dalit caste in India, a study on the Ravidas caste of Coach Bihar district of West Bengal. So Professor
very good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Just a day before yesterday, almost every country across the globe has observed the World Day of Social Justice with a view to establish a social order, to establish a just social order where there will be no social injustices and discriminations among human beings. Thanks to the organizing authority of the today's conference for selecting the timely topic entitled Perspectives of Social Justice in India. Just a day after the World Day of Social Justice, it is really a crying need of the hour. For your kind information, I would like to say I am also a victim of caste hatred. Being an assistant professor of this college where I am discharging my duties in the capacity of an assistant professor, I have given the opportunity to serve this institution 2 terms as a teacher in charge of this college. But for your information, I would like to say I have been despised some students' organizations of this college, as I am a member of a low caste people, so I have been despised in several ways, and this experience hurt me really, and I feel that if a person like me, despised by my students as a member of lower caste, then what is the actual situation of my fellow members? That is why I mention here that it is a crying need of the hour to host such type of conference on a particular topic. But in a country like India, social justice is often considered as a paradox because, as you all know, India has been a practicing ground of discrimination of population based on caste hierarchy and divisions of population as high and low, pure and polluted, touchable and untouchable, and so forth, on the basis of one's caste, have been considered as natural phenomena, and thereby we the Indians have lived in caste since the time immemorial, till in the present age of liberalization, modernization, or what is called in the common parlance as globalization. The upper caste people here in India always found themselves considerably in a better position, at least in consideration of their higher social standing in the Hindu caste hierarchy, keeping the lower caste people subservient to them and ignorance in every respect of their lives. And those lower caste people have been left with no alternative but to follow, or better to say, almost forced to engage themselves in hereditary occupations which are not very remunerative and entail risks in matter of health, hygiene, and sanitations. The Robidas caste is one of the many castes under the umbrella community of Chamar. And the Robidas, the devotees of Jagat Guru Sant Robidas Ji, are subject to both social and economic disabilities. In West Bengal, they live in the capacity of a minority ethnic group. The Hindu Bengalis, as you all know, West Bengal is a Bengali caste dominated state, are the dominant majority inhabitants of the state, and the caste system of Hindu society of India sharply divided the entire Hindu population into two tiers, namely upper caste consisting of Brahmin, Kshatriya and Vaishya, and lower caste consisting of Shudra. Generally, the Shudra were collectively called untouchable, means the what are touched by the Shudras, not accepted by the upper caste Hindu population. As we all know, that Ambedkar throughout his life fought for emancipation of this lower and neglected segment of untouchables and installing them on the pedestal of dignity and self-respect in the platform of Indian socio-economic life. But it is very unfortunate that even the lower caste Shudras divided into two sharp compartments, that is touchable and untouchable. The conditions of the untouchable lower caste people is more deplorable in some regions of India in comparison with the touchable lower caste people. For instance, in West Bengal, the Namashudras, Rajbangshis are considered themselves as touchable lower caste Shudras, whereas the people belonging to the Chamar community, comprising several endogamous caste groups within this community, such as Muchi, Rishi, Ram, Ruidas, Harijan, Robidas, etc., have been treated as untouchable lower caste. The Chamar people in West Bengal are being the lowest of the low untouchable backward communities, hated by both upper caste Hindu comprising Brahmin, Kshatriya and Vaishya, and lower caste touchable Bengali speaking Shudras also. Not only that, you will be surprised to know that even the Bengali speaking minority Muslims often used to neglect the Chamars on account of their special circumstances and therefore dehumanizes these categories of people severely. Naturally, this caste hatred kills moral health and backbone of the self and or ego of the people of Chamar community and the people of Robidas as well here in the district of Cooch Behar and West Bengal, and thereby gets introvert with their inferiority complex. And this division of population based on caste gives birth to a society in West Bengal based on the principles of graded inequality, which means elevation of some and degradation for others. The several caste groups within the Chamar community have been declared as scheduled caste by the Department of Backward Class Welfare, Government of West Bengal, under the special provisions of the Constitution of India for the upliftment of the underprivileged sections into the mainstream. In the list of scheduled caste population of West Bengal, the Chamar community, on account of their special circumstances, is subject to both social and economic disabilities and hence occupies the lowest rank among the other listed scheduled castes here in West Bengal. In respect of customs, culture, ritual activities, language, mode of earnings, food habits, etc., the Chamar population is quite different and regarded as the poorest and poor from the rest of the scheduled caste people. A great majority of the Chamar population associated with certain traditional habits such as eating carrion and they also engage themselves or almost forced to engage themselves in some hereditary occupations which are often hated by the higher caste Hindus as unclean and loathsome. Besides, a great majority of this population are hide and leather workers and engage themselves in several degradable occupations such as mending shoes of the footpath, at the footpath, peeling off the hide of dead animals, and for the etc. for the purpose to maintain their livelihood. The point is to be remembered that they do so because of their severe poverty and due to the victims of untouchability. Socially, economically, culturally, educationally, the Chamar caste people are very backward in West Bengal in comparison with other states, more particularly where the people of this community occupies at large caste aggregate. Without going in details, I would like to share a few findings where I have already conducted a study on this particular community as a part of my research work.
Sir,
I
I interrupt you. You have taken the time. I think you should conclude your presentation. I think you should conclude. Okay.
Okay, sir. Should I tell you some findings?
Oh, just carry on. You
Okay.
have just
only two and three findings I would like to share with you.
Sure.
Now, to avoid the caste stigma and caste hatred, most of the Ravidas households have been trying to suppress their caste and caste-related customs and norms. Number one. Number two, the educated Ravidas households and their members have converted their caste title as Ravidas into Das. Number three, after conversion of their caste title, they are trying to maintain distance from their fellow caste members. And number four, the youths of this caste are showing their non-interest to pursue and engage themselves in their caste-related hereditary occupations such as tanning, mending, and making leather shoes and such other leather-related activities. So, to conclude, in the conclusion, I would like to say it can be easily said that the Chamar community of West Bengal is a most despised community, and the people of the community remain socially, educationally, culturally, backward, oppressed, and suppressed. Thank you, sir.
So thank you so much, Professor Binoy Ravidas, for your wonderful presentation. And is there any question from the participants? I think no. So we'll move to the next participant. He is Jyotish Rabha, who is an assistant professor from Mendi Pathar College. Okay. So his paper is on the movement of the Rabha tribe of Assam for the inclusion in the sixth schedule of the Constitution of India, a study with reference to Rabha Hasung Autonomous Council. So, Jyotish Rabha. Jyotish Rabha, please unmute your mic. Sir, please unmute your mic. Unmute. We can see you, but you have to unmute your mic. Is there any problem? Just unmute your mic.
বিরুদা ওই দিকে এসো এই চাটা এবং আইসক্রিমের মতো খেতে কেন গো
Jyotish Rabha, you have 10 minutes in your hand, please. What is happening? What's the problem? We can't hear you, Jyotish Rabha. Sir, we can't hear you. Acha, there is some connectivity problem with Sir Jyotish Rabha. We'll catch up in as the next participant. Okay, we'll move to the next participant. He is Dr. Armstrong Swor, Assistant Professor in Political Science from Mendipata College. So the topic is the movement for separate Garo land state in Meghalaya, its legitimacy and the consequence, according to the sub-theme 4. So I would request Dr. Armstrong Swor to present his paper. Yes, sir, carry on. We'll carry on. We'll catch you, Jyotish Rabha, sir. We will allow you to present a paper on as a next participant. From time now on, just you improve your connectivity. We'll catch you later. Mr. Armstrong, sir. Mr. Armstrong, sir. Please unmute your mic. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong.
He's trying to fix his laptop.
Can you hear me, Mr. Armstrong? Hello.
Next pieces.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Is it audible?
Armstrong, sir. Yes, you're audible.
Actually, my friend, some technical problem. So,
he will be your next participant. Don't worry. We'll allow him to speak. Don't worry. We will allow him to speak. Okay, you just carry on.
Then, sir, sir.
Acha, Jyotish Rabha, please unmute the video.
Very good.
The next participant. Carry on, yes, sir.
Will note this moment that going to present the
Jyotish Rabha, we'll catch you later. You will be the next participant. Armstrong, sir, please. You're not audible.
Of the two and India. A branch of the TB to Burman Bodus who have had oceanography bet. On the other hand, the Casijantia on the linguistic and socially linked to the larger group of
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. You are not audible, sir.
Right?
So you're not audible. You're not audible, sir.
Is it audible, sir?
You're not audible. You're not audible. Yes, carry on.
Now? Now
yeah,
audible,
no, yes. Carry on. Yes. Yes. Is it audible to the participants?
Yes, audible, but his voice is breaking a bit.
His voice is cracking. So what are we supposed to do now?
I continue, sir? I continue?
Carry on, carry on. Yes, yes, carry on.
Material system is the most distinctive features and uniqueness of these two indigenous tribes of the state. At present, majority of these two tribes are also following Christianity. Western missionaries started their activities in the hills. Prior to the formation of the state of Meghalaya, the Garo and others in Northeast India joined the struggle for separate hill state to be separated from Assam. An attempt to impose Assamese language as the sole official language of the state, as well as medium of instruction in all educational institutions in the state. This event in 1960 history of the tribes of Northeast India. The move has made the tribal people in all the hill districts to be apprehensive and is strongly felt to be the next target. Furthermore, combination of backwardness and negligence of the developmental progression in all the hill district, big mindset of Assamese and also the rising aspiration of the middle classes among the tribal people are the issues that crop up with what movement for separate hill states. The Garos and the Khasi Jantia had struggled together for separate hill states. It was through persistent effort of the leaders such as Captain W. Sangma, Bibi Windo, Vijay BMP, and all of all party leaders conference, APHLC, the demand for separate state was considered. In 1969, through constitutional amendment, Meghalaya was carved out of Assam as an autonomous state. However, as part of the organization of the state, Meghalaya became the full-fledged state in 1972. After the formation of the state of Meghalaya, the people are expected that progress and development will take place in the entire regions of the state. However, with the passage of time, economic growth is unevenly distributed. That regions of the state are more developed in all regions. The western part of Meghalaya, which comprised of Garo Hills, are recognized as backward region of the state. The Garo living in this state that the land and economic imbalances existed even after the state was created in 1992. Lack of health educational institution in comparison to other regions of the state has heightened the sense of relative deprivation. There is a feeling of ill treatment and domination economically and politically. Due to economic imbalance and the sense of deprivation, the Garos have moved forward with a claim for separate Garoland state to be carved out of Meghalaya. That would be the only solution for the problem that have cropped up in the region. No doubt, when we make a comparative study between the district of both the two regions, Khasi Jantia and Garo Hills, one would realize that there is a difference in terms of development between the two regions. In fact, Khasi Hill appears to be comparatively developed regions in terms of infrastructure such as road connectivity, health and health services and education. The location of the capital of the state in Khasi Hill has added more advantage in terms of job and business opportunities. The presence of most of the important offices headquarters of central government of northeastern region and also the headquarters of the defense in Shillong have changed a small hill station into a significant center of national importance. Apparently, the location and existence of official headquarters in Shillong has a direct and indirect positive impact on the economic aspect of the region. As a result, political leaders and political leaders and NGO have raised time and again about the issue of economic disparity. Sri P. A. Sangma, former Lok Sabha Speaker, justified the claim for separate state on account of development disparity. Whereas the Garo Hills State Movement Committee, a conglomeration of several organizations of Garo Hills, has spearheaded and reiterated its demand based on linguistic line of the State Organization Act 1957. However, the state government did not consider their demand. Even though the state government have come out with innovative ideas, new policies and schemes to bring about economic justice for all the regions in the state, yet the result is not up to the expectation of the people. In fact, various governmental schemes did not reach out to the grassroots levels. As a result, insurgency movement emerged in the latter parts of 1980s. Garo Hills experienced extremist movement for about 2 decades. It has posed a serious threat to the law enforcement agencies of the government. At present, insurgency seem to be vanished from the scene, yet it is difficult to predict about its non-existence. At present, the issues of separate Garo land is still very much alive. However, it is pertinent to mention here that political leaders and NGOs have reiterated their demand, especially during the election periods. Some candidate fought the election on this issue of separate state, while the manifesto of a political party like the Garo National Council, GMA, is for Garo land state. Is a member of Garo Hill State Movement Committee, a coalition of groups which fight for separate Garo land state. As a political party from Garo Hill is spearheaded and fought for the cause of separate state. It is interesting to note and highlight here that those who are contesting the election from Garo National Council ticket hardly win the elections. Therefore, the present member from GNC in the Middle Legislative Assembly is always non-existent except in one or two occasions. Undeniably,
Professor Armstrong, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Okay, sir. Undeniably, some political leaders have taken advantage on the pretext of separate states for their personal gain during election period. In spite of all these constraints, the movement to separate Garo land is very much alive, and the struggle will not be faded away from those people who are longing to see for a better future. That is the answer.
Once you've concluded?
Concluded, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I would request all the participants, just don't take it personally. Instead of reading the paper directly, I would request the participant to just explain whatever he has written, because it's hardly 10 minutes time. You can hardly explain whatever you've written. So, and I would also request the participant to introduce themselves before presenting the paper. So Armstrong, sir, don't take it personally. This is a suggestion to every participant. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. So we'll move to the next participant. He is Ayan Kanti Chakraborty, Assistant Professor of Law, Dr. Ayan Kanti Chakraborty, Assistant Professor of Law from Jogesh Chandra Chaudhary Law College. So his paper is on Public Interest Litigation, a Social Justice Perspective.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very thankful to Banwarilal Bhalotia College for giving me this opportunity. I'm thankful to Pavan sir, the convener, and I would be presenting the paper. Is it visible? My paper? Sir, am I audible?
Not visible, sir.
Not visible.
Just do it.
Something has happened. Okay, something is wrong. What I would do is, as it is not visible, I would be trying to explain what is there in the paper. The subject is public interest litigation, a social justice perspective. Now, in a public interest case, what happens is basically the subject matter of litigation is typically a grievance against the violation of human rights.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes.
Can you try your PPT once more?
Okay. I'm trying, sir. Share your entire screen. Edge wants to share the contents of your screen with Meet Google, but there is a problem. Something. I'll try. Okay. Let me do one thing. Let me do it from the mobile itself, if it can be done.
Share entire screen option.
Actually, you should share your entire screen option is there.
Yes, but it's not coming. I have shared. Let me see if I can do it from here, from the mobile itself.
So. You try it.
Just a minute. Is it visible now?
No, not visible.
Not visible. Okay, I'm so sorry. Something has
Okay,
gone
doesn't
wrong.
matter. You carry on.
Okay. So the topic is the public interest litigation, and in public interest litigation, what happens is typically the grievance is against the violation of human rights of the poor and helpless, or about the content or conduct of the government policy. Now, breach of any public duty can be there, violation of any constitutional provisions can be there, and what happens is the litigation that happens in your this public interest litigation is not adversarial strictly in nature. Adversarial means that in adversarial litigation, what we have is both the parties are there and they want to cross each other, they want to present their sides with evidences, but then this type of litigation is not adversarial, and this type of litigation is something where everybody participates in. The parties participate in, the judge participates in, and the judge actually formulates that how the process is to go on and what all things have to be brought on so that we can actually do justice to the people if they are really adversely impacted. So what happens is, and the relief that is given in public interest litigation is, it is not always that compensatory relief is given. More or less times it is given your corrective relief, the things are corrected, but then compensation is also considered, and at times both compensation as well as your this correction, both are considered. So what it does is everybody comes in together, the bar and the bench, and the people, those who have come with their grievances, they come in together and do something for the weaker sections of the society. Now what happens in my paper, what we would like to actually see is that how it becomes easy for the weaker sections of the people, because it's not that easy for the weaker section, as because the process is lengthy, it's complicated, and it is time taking as well, and you need a lot of money as well. So this process of public interest litigation started in the 1970s. It came actually from America, and it came from England. In America, actually, it started in the late 1890s, and there was a process by which poor people can be helped. So this idea was taken in by the Indian judiciary, and P.N. Bhagwati was there, who actually took the idea, Justice P.N. Bhagwati, and they actually took out an idea that we should actually liberalize the traditional rule of locus standi. Now, locus standi, what is locus standi? Locus standi is something that a person who is having the right or who is having the capacity to come in front of the court and actually to present his case, that is locus standi. But then if you do not allow other people to come in and represent you, then it will be very difficult for the weaker sections. The justices of the Supreme Court, they thought that let us actually liberalize this process of standing so that other people can come in. So this was done, and the traditional rule of standing was liberalized for the weaker sections, and a rule came in of representative standing. So somebody else can actually represent the people who are the weaker sections and who cannot actually come on by themselves. A famous case in this context is Bandhua Mukti Morcha versus Union of India. The citation is AIN 1984, Supreme Court 802. In a second modification, so this was a representative standing, that somebody else was coming and representing the weaker section. In a second modification, what happened was a concerned citizen or any voluntary organization may sue not as representative of others, but in their or in his or her own right as a member of the citizenry to whom public duty is owed, and such citizen may challenge such government actions in public interest, though the citizen had not suffered any harm himself. This is known as citizen standing. So what we see, there is representative standing. Now we see further liberation, your citizen standing. And finally, we find one more way of actually approaching the court, that is epistolary jurisdiction. Epistolary jurisdiction is that you actually write a letter with all your the other papers, newspaper cuttings, and whatever information you have. You actually take all those information along with the letter, and you post it. You make a registered post to the chairman of the High Court Legal Aid Authority, Legal Aid Committee, Supreme Court Legal Aid Committee, or you can even make it to the justices or the Chief Justice of India or any Chief Justice of the High Court. That can be done. and that will be considered by the court. So what is happening, the persons who are actually impacted, they have not done it, or they have physically not gone to the court, but they have just written letters along with the paper cuttings and all the other evidences. They have sent it, and their matter can be considered. Now in public interest cases, very importantly, in the first para I have mentioned in the introduction that everybody comes in together to find out a solution. Now what happens in a public interest litigation is often it happens that commissions are sent. That means people are sent to the areas from where the complaint has actually come in, and they try to find out what is the real situation over there and whether it can be rectified or not, and what suggestions do come in from the people who have actually gone to the places and making the inquiry. So their suggestions are taken. Scientific suggestions are also taken on the basis of what has been received, the practical things, and then the court finally comes to such decision that will resolve the actual problem. Okay. Now to actually understand this process, let us take some case laws which will make us understand. Sheila Varse versus State of Maharashtra 1983 case. Now Sheila Varse, a journalist, in letter to the Supreme Court, took up the plight of women prisoners who were confined in the police jails in Mumbai. The court took the cognizance of the matter and instructed the director of College of Social Work Mumbai, so that that director may visit the central jail of Mumbai and actually find out what is the condition. And it was on the basis of the report of the director that the court said that your care should be taken of the female inmates. They should be actually guarded by female constables, and they should be moved to the jails which are specifically made for female, and they should always be attended by female police officials. So this was something which was in context to your the people who were there in the jails, the women who were in the jails. Now, one more case law we can talk, very famous case law, Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan, 1997 Supreme Court case law. In this case, what happened was a woman who was working in your Rajasthan, and she was actually trying to prevent a marriage of an under trial girl, and then the local people did not actually approve it, and this worker was actually gang raped. Now the matter was taken up by women's rights group, and they took the matter to the highest level, to the highest court, and the court said that we should actually establish guidelines for women who are working women who are working. So working women guidelines were actually brought in by the court. So similarly,
sorry, sir, to interrupt you. You have exactly 2 minutes, not less than 2 minutes to conclude. Okay.
Okay, so now the contention over here is that the contention over here is that through this case laws and the judiciary, we are actually trying to bring justice so that less time is required, less money is required, and we can actually reach the lower strata people, and we can create an egalitarian society in India through the medium of court. Now, thank you so much. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you, Pawan sir. This was the conclusion.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. So I would request the participant to raise some questions to Dr. Ayan Kanti Chakraborty. I think no question. Okay. Actually, Jyotish Rabha, are you there? Professor Jyotish Rabha from Mendi Pathar College. Jyotish Rabha. Acha, Jyotish Rabha, do you want to present? Are you ready? Please unmute your mic. Jyotish Rabha, kindly unmute your mic. If you're ready, then you can present. Otherwise, we can move to the next participant. Jyotish Rabha, can you hear me? Achha, he's still not prepared. We'll move to the next participant.
Hello, sir.
Acha. Jyotish Rabha, yes.
Technical problem, I could not present in PowerPoint, no? Anyway, my topic is on the movement of the Rabha tribe of Assam for the inclusion in the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. study with Council. So, Rava are a Tibeto-Burman community to the Indian state of Assam, Meghalaya, and West Bengal. They primarily inhabit the plains of Lower Assam and some parts of Garo Hills in Meghalaya. The Rava community have a rich, multifaceted, and distinct of their own cultural heritage and tradition. So here, I would like to share about the aim of the study. In the Northeast India, there have been a large number of distinct tribes of ethnic groups. For the hill tribes, the Constitution of India makes special provision of 6th schedule, and for plain tribes, autonomous councils are formed to ensure the rights of self-rule and managing their own affairs in the territory in order to preserve their ethnic identity. However, the proposed greater autonomy does not seem to satisfy the leaders of the communities, and they are still firm in their demand for the inclusion of autonomy under 6th schedule. The genesis of autonomy movement. Here, the autonomy movement by the tribal in Assam in general, and particularly the Rava tribe, are not the product of a single factor. Some of the factors are social, which is related with the different attitude of upper caste Assamese people towards the tribal. Historical factor provides a subtle basis for the tribal of the Assam to exert their pressure for autonomy. The tribals are the earliest community to migrate to this land and concentrated in particular area. Such concentration of a particular tribe into a particular area helps the tribal people to articulate their grievances among themselves. This is also known as that tribal people are economically backward. Gradually, the section of tribal people educated themselves. The demand for the separate for the Ravas within the state of Assam emerged during late 1990s, and since then it has passed through several phases. The first phase for the autonomy movement of the Ravas came to an end with the creation of Rava Hasong Autonomous Council in 1995. After the formation of the Rava Hasong Autonomous Council, the movement remained subdued for a short period. Consequently, dissatisfied with the powers and functions of the Rava Hasong Autonomous Council, the Ravas resumed their second phase of movement with great intent and momentum for greater autonomy, demanding constitutional safeguards under 6th schedule of Indian Constitution. Initially, the demand of Council was the creation of an autonomous district for Rava, including some Rava-dominated areas of the then Kamrup and Gwalpar district, but later on their demands were modified. Not an autonomous state government, but it lent to deaf ears. The government paid to attention to solve the issues. The movement, which was totally peaceful, was mostly confined to discussions, and talks gradually started to turn into a mass movement. Consequently, for pressuring the government, the movement resorted to various pressure educational tactics. Frequently, bans, economic blockade, mass gatherings, etc. become the order of the day, and the whole area become volatile and disturbed. Finally, the Assam government, after several rounds of discussion, conceded to some of their demands, and an autonomous council called Rava Hasong Autonomous Council was created on 10th of March 1995. Initially, this move was accepted with great hope and aspiration by the Rava people. Consequently, for pressuring the government, the movement restored to various pressures. So, finally, after several rounds of discussions, persuasion, and compulsion, the government succumbed under the pressure of the movement and holds the election in November 2013, after 18 years of creation of Rava Hasong Autonomous Council. After winning a thumping majority of 29 seats out of 32 in the Rava Hasong Autonomous Council, the region of council came into the hands of the movement leaders. Close observation for last 4 and 5 years, it is noticed that despite limited powers and functions, initiative has been taken for development of the areas irrespective of caste and community. This has sent a positive signal to the non-Rava communities who were afraid of being deprived from the benefits of the RAC. Today, the community still continues to fight for protection under the 6th schedule through non-violent means. So in conclusion, I would like to say that though the story of the political autonomy and its arrangement in different forms in the heterogeneous Assam is more than half a century old. The tribal ethnic movements for securing political autonomy has been regarded as the movement for securing social justice and equality of rights by these communities. The government is yet to formulate a wise policy for the promotion of the interests of the ethnic people. The provision of the Indian Constitution, particularly those included under the 6th schedule, the 7th five-year plan of India, suggested that the self-management trust of the 6th schedule should be generalized for all the tribal areas. Moreover, proper devolution of power to this council is essential for the success of this mechanism of tribal development of Assam. With this, sir, I have concluded. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Jyotish Rabha.
Thank you, sir.
And is there any question from the participants? So no questions? So we'll move to the next participant. His name is Subham Kumar Kanu, and he's a PhD research scholar, if I'm not mistaken.
So I'm also an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science in the Maharaja Sahajirao University of Baroda.
So assistant professor in the Department of Political Science. Forgive me for that error.
No.
Department of Political Science. From the Maharaja Sahajirao University under University of Baroda. So his paper is Government Initiatives for the Promotion of Entrepreneurship among Dalits and their participation in organized business, opportunities and challenges. So Professor, the platform is yours. So carry on.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, am I audible, sir? Yes. I would like to express my gratitude to chairperson and all the organizer for organizing this beautiful event and for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on this topic. So for this, I have made a PPT format. So with your permission, I would like to present. Wait a minute, sir. Oh, yes. My screen is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. It's visible, yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you present here. I will present my paper on government initiative for the promotion of entrepreneurship among elites and their participation in the organized business. What are the opportunities and the challenges that we are going to look in this presentation. First of all, I will catch up with the background. Right? So since very long time, Dalits have been at the bottom of the income and social ladders. They were despised, they were exploited, etc., etc. After independence, after 1947, the Constitution of India granted equality of status to all citizens, irrespective of their caste, gender, religion, place of birth, etc., etc. And here, it is through reservation system, the kind of exploitation that we were going through, particularly for Dalits, through reservation system, they tried to come out from this discrimination. But after 70 years, we have found that this reservation system has it didn't improve much the economic and other social status of among the Dalits. So reservation system here is something which is limited in its scope, right? And therefore there is a need of doing something which will make Dalit not depending only on the job opportunity, means job seeker, rather they can become as job provider, right? And this is where the Dalit entrepreneurship is important, and this is the topic of my discussion here. Particularly in the 21st century, in the era of globalization, which has reduced the government job in all part in each and every country, but at the same time it has increased the possibility for the entrepreneurship. That means we can become a sort of job provider. Okay, if we use the kind of technological advancement and the other thing, particularly the market, the entire market, which are open to us. Okay, if we are innovative, if we can do something, then the entire world is open to us, and therefore we can develop. We can develop ourselves. Right? So this is the thing which the globalization has provided to us. So here I would like to show a kind of data which I have collected here. The data which from 2005 to 2021. Right here in this data, I'm talking about the the organized sector. Right, in the organized sector, which is consisting more or less 2% of the entire economy. Right, 3% is in the governmental job. Right, 2% in organized sector, and the rest of the percentage are in the unorganized sector. So here we are looking at the organized sector and how can we better this organized sector, particularly for the Dalit entrepreneurs. So here I have collected data from 2005 to 2021. Here this data shows that this data shows a little improvement in the status of Dalit, particularly SC/ST, from 2005 to 2021 in the share of ownership. Right, in the share of ownership. So there's a little improvement, but still, as compared to other population of India, the Dalits are still very underdeveloped. Right. So what is the reason why they are underdeveloped? Right. So here this data shows that out of 63%, okay, out of 63%, only in 2005, only 15 point something are occupied by the Dalit category. Okay, in the 2005. Again in 2021, we find that out of 73%, only 17 point something are occupied by the Dalits, okay, ST category. So comparatively, we find that there's a little improvement, but still that improvement is not sufficient, right? So here we look at the importance of Dalit entrepreneurship, the need of Dalit entrepreneurship. What is the need of Dalit entrepreneurship? First, to improve the standard of living among the Dalit groups. Second is yes. Is there any issue?
No. Carry on. Sorry.
Thank you. So the second is, instead of looking for job, they can become a job provider. Right? That means the education system, which gives us education, and then it make us to go for examination, complete examination, and pursue a job in any enterprise, in any governmental sector, etc. Right? But this entrepreneurship, through this entrepreneurship, it make us not to only be dependent on the government job or any other job. Rather, we can also become a job provider. Right? We can become a job provider. So here, as I talked about, the globalization brings a lot of democratized entrepreneur opportunities. Right? It gives the advanced modern technologies. It provided the enormous opportunity particularly to the Dalit sector. Why Dalit sector? Because here this advanced technology is something which is something very neutral. Okay, it does not make any distinction to whom to give the opportunity or whom not to give. Okay, whoever has access, irrespective of their category, it will give the it will further enhance their it will enhance their status, right? So therefore, modern technology does not make the distinction, what I am trying to say. So so this is the advantage which we can gain in the 21st century. Another thing which is very important is that through the shared economy, right? Sharing economy means the Dalits are economically very weak, right? But through this sharing economy means if we do not have much money for investing somewhere, then also through sharing sort of organization, we can take part or we can become part of this entrepreneurship. Right? We can become a part of this entrepreneurship. And here the finest example is Ola and Uber, etc., etc. Okay, here in our Baroda city, the Ola and Uber are very popular. Okay, wherever we go, we just tag it, and the auto rickshaw, they came and take us wherever we want to go. Right. So this kind of initiative, even though that Dalits do not have enough money to buy auto rickshaw, etc., etc., but they can participate. Okay, they can participate, give some money, and they can become part of this Ola, Uber, etc., etc., the enterprise. Okay, and then they can become the owner of the auto rickshaw. Right. So this is the opportunity which we can get from it. Another thing which is very important, that we all have access to engineering college, business school, which produced a good number of Dalit engineers and potential managers. So here, after having learned about the different kind of engineering things, expertise, so here this in the 21st century we can independently run our own business if we have that capacity, if we have that initiative, the creative capacity, right? So this is what this is the context where Dalit entrepreneurship is important. Now let us look at challenges faced by the Dalit entrepreneurs, right? The first challenges which they are facing is that shortage of finance due to absence of tangible security and credit in the market. Here, Dalit, as I talked about, they do not have that money to invest somewhere and to participate in the entrepreneurship. Why? Because it's required to mortgage something, okay, some security, and then they can get loan. Okay, this is the sort of challenges that they are facing, right? The second thing is that marketing problem, right? Marketing problem such as poor location of shop, lack of transport facility, tough competition, etc., etc., which also create a sort of barrier in the path of their Dalit, in the path of entrepreneurship for the Dalit. Third is that facing difficulties in expanding in the size of their enterprise. The reason can be traced either as caste discrimination or the lack of knowledge. Okay,
Professor
Yes.
Soham Kanu, sorry to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes to conclude. Okay.
Oh, okay. Actually, I have collected so many of data, so that's why. Okay, no issue. So the facing difficulty in expanding, okay, the caste discrimination, etc., etc. Lack of entrepreneur aptitude, lack of insufficient educational facility, lack of access to governmental scheme, society. They are even not getting the proper support from their own family and society. Okay, this is also can be the challenge for which are faced by the entrepreneurship. There are several government initiatives for the SC/ST category. Here, I'm going very short. The first governmental organization is National Scheduled Caste Finance and Developmental Corporation. Here, this organization, it gives a sort of loan to SC category to invest somewhere and become a Dalit entrepreneurship. Okay, the authorized share capital of the corporation is 1,500 crore as on 30th September 2021. The same as with the National Scheduled Tribe Finance and Developmental Corporation. It also provides the financial assistance as a loan to the Scheduled Tribe peoples. Okay. Then the National Safai Karmacharis Finance and Developmental Corporation, it also sort of give financial assistance as a loan to the Safai Karmacharis, right? And this, if you look at the amount, then it is very huge amount which they are giving, okay. And even if we do a survey, then how many the Dalit, how many this Safai Karmis does know about this kind of scheme? Okay, so there is a lack of awareness, right? There is a lack of information, right? There are several other governmental initiatives. Due to time constraint, I'm not able to elaborate in more detail manner. Then the National Backward Class Finance and Development Corporation, Mudra Yojana, which was launched in 2015. Okay, Stand Up India scheme, Startup India. All this is, if we look deeply, then all this scheme provide enormous opportunity to the Dalit people, which they can use to become a Dalit entrepreneurs, right? Startup India program, credit enhancement guarantee scheme. Also, this what we have talked about, just 2 minutes. Right? What we have talked about is regarding the governmental initiative. Right? Apart from this, there are several other private enterprise also which are giving the opportunity to the Dalit people. Okay, in order to promote the Dalit entrepreneurship. Right? Here, the Tata Group, I no need to mention what Tata is. So Tata Group also through Tata Affirmative Action Program, it exercising a sort of positive discrimination in employing personnel from historically disadvantaged group of people. It provide the training, it provide the loan to the SC/ST community. If we look at the data, then there is another private enterprise, that is the Dalit Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, right? Which is formed by Millet Kamble in 2005. It also promotes sort of Dalit entrepreneurship by providing funds. Okay, so there is another private enterprise, SIDBI, Small Industry Developmental Bank of India. So these are some governmental initiatives, some private initiatives, okay, which they are providing in order to improve the Dalit entrepreneurship. There are some suggestions which I'd like to point out. It required a sort of innovative thinking, utilization of new technologies in a very proper manner in order to become an entrepreneur, opening of new market, particularly here in the era of globalization. We should take some initiative or sort of innovative thinking which directly reach to the necessity peoples. Right? I'm not elaborating this one. Resource innovation. So, and from the governmental part also, they have to look into proper training, periodical evaluation of the impact of the initiative which they have taken from time to time, right? Facilitating private sector such as DICCI, okay, which in collaboration with governmental enterprise, they are promoting SST categories entrepreneurship. So conference, exhibition, all these are very important in order to facilitate the entrepreneurship. Due to time constraint, I was not able to elaborate all the things in more detailed manner. So regular entrepreneurship, in conclusion, I would say that regular entrepreneurship, developmental intervention, from governmental part, periodical mentoring, guidance, okay, wherever there is required, any changes, they must do it, okay, regular census, all these things play a very important role in order to promote Dalit entrepreneurship. But why? Because after all, what matters is the organized sector, right? Organized sector. Why? Because in the era of globalization, it has reduced the governmental job, right? But it is providing a new avenue, which is the organized sector, okay? And if we have the capability, we can become the entrepreneurs. And there are several other initiatives given for the entrepreneurs. So here, how can we develop this organization sector organization sector? Why? Because today, if we look at the census, then there are 2%, okay, in the organized sector. But if we promote more, then the huge percentage which is in the unorganized sector, that is 95%. From this 95%, if we give more, if we promote Dalit entrepreneurship, then from the unorganized sector they can come to the organized sector and they can become a Dalit entrepreneur. Right? So periodical intervention, monitoring, governmental intervention, all these things are required. Who can drive the economic aspiration? for the Dalit people to guide the economic expression of this.
Acha. So you've taken extra time as well. Okay,
Yes,
sorry to interrupt you.
still, I couldn't explain all the things very well, so I apologize for that.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Such a vibrant ideas were presented. We were absolutely enlightened to hear a beautiful speech.
Thanks.
And I would like to, before proceeding to our next participants, I would like to make an announcement. Actually, we've made a mistake earlier. We've written national seminar, yes, national webinar. Okay, it is. I think international. The certificates will be international webinar because the resource person as a keynote speaker was one of the keynote speaker was from Dhaka.
Oh, yes.
So we will be changing this note, okay, instead of national. So it is
great to hear, sir.
Positive news to you
Yes.
and for us as well.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Instead of national webinar, it will be international webinar on your certificates. Okay. And number two, you know that we'll be publishing this book as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So we would like
regarding this publication.
We can discuss through email, and you can contact me on personal phone, on my personal number as well. I'm just making an announcement so that you can go ahead for your the abstract that you've submitted. You can go ahead and write a beautiful article on it. Everything everything we've discussed to the publication committee of a college as well, and they have given raised a positive hand. So we are planning to publish as soon as possible. Okay, so this is another good news as well. So, it will be a better platform for the young minds. So continuing this, Subham Kanu, I will. You can contact me personally if you have any queries. So continuing with this.
I'll be happy to take any question for this.
Yes. Continue with this. We would like to. I would like to request the participant to raise some questions to Subham Kanu. He's very energetic to deliver your question. So, any of the participants, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kanu, for this wonderful presentation. I have just query one body. You have shown many data. I mean, shows the development. I mean, in your PPT. So, can you explain what kind of data you use? What you have collected? This kind of sources. Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Your voice is reverberating. Sorry, if you kindly repeat the thing which we have said. Sorry, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please.
May I repeat my question? Okay. My question is: you have shown here in your presentation the lots of data you have collected, and according to that you did your research. So I just want to know the sources of your data. I mean, in what way you have collected, what kind of sources you use. I just want to know.
Yes. So first, the data which I took from Economic Census 2005, population share of SC/ST from population census of 2001, and another data which I took from 66 round national sample survey which was conducted in 2009-2010, and another one data which I took from 2021 population from the annual report which was published in 2021, Government of India Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise. So this was the brief about my collection. And due to time,
and one more thing, I just want to you have argued that somehow government has failed to develop in particularly in government sector. Because government has, after independence, government was trying to improve the conditions of the Dalit through reservation policies and all these things. Even they try to create the job in government sector. So you said that it is somehow failure. Can you explain that in what way it was failure? What is the reason?
But I said that in the 21st century, because of the rise of globalization, which has reduced the governmental job, right? It has reduced the governmental job. Why? Because there are some external constraints as well from other country. So make some reform and reduce the public welfare, job, etc., etc. But at the same time, it has given us the opportunity of a huge market. Okay, when I say huge market, it means not the national boundary, but outside India as well, right? If we are using our own capacity, the innovative, the opportunity of technology, information technology, and if we are using it, and if we are doing some creative work, then this globalization can give us a enormous opportunity to become a entrepreneur, right? To become an entrepreneur, to develop, to spread our business, industry, etc., etc. This is what I'm emphasizing on. We cannot neglect the point that the globalization has reduced the governmental job, and that is why we have to look beyond the governmental job, right? The present education system is making in a way which is making us dependent to give any exam and go for the governmental job, right? This is something which we have to come out from this structure, and we have to look beyond. We have to take the opportunity which the globalization has given, and we have to go forward and do something in the organized sector and become independent and job provider, not as job seeker. This is what I'm trying to basically. I hope I have given you an answer.
Definitely, that's the true. But I think there is also another kind of picture, that is the caste discrimination issues. I mean, people are not getting job in that sense, particularly the lower caste. If you go through the recent news is what is happened in DU. I think within 10 days, there are 30 seats, PhD seats in the history department. Only they occupy only 25 seats. Even in, there is, it's not far later in that sense. Another RTI report also shows that in IITs, only 12% teachers are from the reserve category, including OBC. Not only the SC, ST, including OBC. Okay. SC is 1 point something. Okay, that is the scenario. In Central University, there is no as such OBC recruitment in the last 2-3 years. It was zero. You can get all these data in this thing. So it's not only that, we can explain, we have to see the broader scenario, how the caste is working even in this sector also. I think we have to keep in mind and need more research on that. Anyway, thank you so much. It's a wonderful presentation.
So any question, further questions from the participants? Acha. Is there any participants? Acha, okay, no more questions. So we have, speak it off. Next participant we have is a brilliant young scholar who is doing MPhil in a Department of Political Science in the University of Gorbanga. So his name is Salim Sarkar. Salim Sarkar, are you there? Salim Sarkar, are you there? Salim Sarkar? Acha. So Salim Sarkar is not there. Acha, one more announcement regarding the certificates. Give us 1 week, okay? So within 1 week, maximum, not more than 1 week. We won't take more than 1 week. So within 1 week, we will deliver your certificates to the distant participants who have presented the paper today. So give us 7 minutes. So that was another announcement. So Salim Sarkar, are you there once more? So Salim Sarkar is not there. So there is another Tirtha Mondal, Assistant Professor in Political Science from Deshbandhu Mahavidyalaya Chittaranjan Das. He had informed me he's not going to present. He's not well today. So due to his ill health, he couldn't present his paper. And so there are other participants as well. So I would prefer giving privilege to the participants from outside our college premises. Okay. So Nalanda Goswami, are you there? Nalanda Goswami?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Acha. So So the next presenter is Nalanda Goswami, Assistant Professor of Political Science from Radha Govinda BA Teacher Training College. So our topic is Social Justice and Public Policies in India in the Light of Environmental Acts. So the mic is to you, Professor Nalanda Goswami.
Thank you, sir.
Please put on your video. Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
First of all, I am thankful to Asansol Banwarilal Bhalotia College for giving me such an opportunity for presenting this paper. And my paper title is Social Justice and Public Policies in India in the Light of Environmental Act, a comparative study. So, the keep in mind that short of time, I'm just going to the main topic. Actually, I'm doing a comparative study between four acts, and these acts are the Water Act 1974 and Air Act 1981, Environmental Protection Act 1986, and Forest Right Acts 2006. In here, actually, I want to find out what changes happen in these acts that are related to environmental justice. So there, first of all, whenever I am going to study the objectives of these acts, basically the acts of 70s and 80s, and I find there actually there is too much giving the effort to the pollution, controlling the pollution and maintenance and restoration of the environmental resource like water, air, etc. In 1974 Water Preservation and Control of Pollution Act, there we can find the law is saying, the act is actually saying that all human activities having a bearing on water quality are covered under this act. Next, pollution control, they should have take the permission of state pollution control board to establish any kind of industry operation and any treatment and disposal system or an extension addition thereto which is likely to discharge waste or treat effluent into the stream, well, and any other water bodies. Similarly, whenever we are find the objectives of Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, there also the act is related with the prevention of air pollution, and there we can find the objective that no person shall, without previous consent of State Pollution Control Board, established or operated any industrial plant in air pollution control area. The investor has to apply to take the consent of the SPCB or Pollution Control Board. And whenever then the massive change has taken in Environmental Pollution Act 1986. Actually, it was an umbrella act where we can find they are mainly focused on the pollution control all over the sectors of environmental resources like water, air, and wildlife also to conserve that, and also the activities of chemical hazards because the previous time the India has seen the Bhopal gas leakage hazards, so that there are also the chemical hazard to restrict these areas, and many standards for air emission, discharge of effluent and noise pollution, etc. And there are also the controls of central government power to measure, etc. we can found in this act. Now the after that in the 70s and 80s, the next step taken in 90s, there is also some amendment has happened in Environmental Protection Act, but after that the Rio conference, some massive change has taken all over the environmental issues or environmental acts. Among them, after millennium 2000, we can find the acts that are taken by the government that are much more society related, and it also some impact in social justice more than the previous laws or acts. In here, we can mainly, in this paper, I only focused on the Forest Right Act in 2006. Actually, in this act, it recognizes the rights of the forest dwelling tribals, communities, and other traditional forest dwellers to the forest resources on which these communities were depend for a variety for needs, including livelihood, habitation, other socio-cultural need. This act, also known as the Tribal Right Act, it's a legal right for the forest residing communities. The Act encompasses the area of self-cultivation and habitations, and these are is the part of individual rights, and grazing, fishing in water bodies of forest. It's also a community right, and also the accessing the forest resources for sustainable use. From actually, the FRA protects the tribal population from the evacuation without the resettlement and fair compensation. Actually, before that, we can find various environmental movements in the issues of the shifting from their motherland or their forest areas, just like Narmada Bacha Andolon or like same others movements, so that it's an huge implementation or huge success for environmental movements or environmental areas. This act and path to mean an important and major act that can change the scenario of environmental act. And in this paper, after the comparison, that findings that I have found in here, that's the acts before the 90s are too much instrumental types more than humanistic. These acts mainly focuses on pollution controls. Acts are directed in implemented both industrial and public sectors equally. In some cases, it is hard for local livelihood for this environmental acts restriction. These acts did not ensure any surety to the people to be protected by the law directly, but there was also some indirect impact for them. But after,
So, excuse me. Can you conclude?
yes, it is about to conclude. Okay. But after 90s, the scenario has changed, and we can see the only environmental protection, but they are not only they are not focusing on the pollution area, but the area of social justice too, and acts are making flexible for life of the people, just like recent days in 2022 we can find the nisad groups in up election. It is more discussing area, but that nisad groups, they are living on based on the ganga, and they are plead for their life to lead depends on this river, but there is some acts that are prohibiting them for doing that, so they are taking the shelter under this act. So this is a huge ground that is changing from the previous acts and the acts at present they are making. From the in my concluding part of this paper, it is easy to say the changing nature of the environment acts towards the humanistic nature various paths is open for the citizen of India to get the social justice. Now we can find much more fairness when government is going to acquire of an area for mining or any other developmental purpose. Very recent, that is a success for environmental justice and also for the democracy of India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nalanda Goswami, assistant professor, for your presentation. And I think we are constricted to time. Actually, at 5 p.m. we were supposed to complete this webinar. We have very few minutes in our hand. Acha, theek hai. Very few minutes in the hand, and there were other presenter from our college as well. Like say for example, I jumped from Salim Sarkar to Madam Nalanda Goswami. Okay, so I left off all these presenter. This Dr. Devasis Mandal, he was busy asking question to the participants and the presenter. and he's assistant professor in history in Banwarilal Bhalotia College. There was another presenter, Dr. Kahuni Kundu. She's also assistant professor in Department of Political Science, Banwarilal Bhalotia College. A paper was Social Justice and Indian Constitution. And there was another presenter, Mr. Santosh Bhagat, who is the head of the Department of Political Science, Banwarilal Bhalotia College. His paper was Dichotomy of Politics of Social Justice in India. And the other two women presenter of today's today's national webinar on social justice, perspective of social justice in India. One was Paul Banerjee, assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Banwarilal Bhalotia College. Her topic was social justice and women's empowerment in contemporary India. And another presenter, Queen Sena, assistant professor, Department of Political Science, Banwarilal Bhalotia College. Her topic was assessing the role of women's self-help group in establishing social justice in rural areas of West Bengal. They will present physically in IQAC room due to the constriction of time. So on behalf of all the organizers, because see, all these are organizers of today's national webinar. Most of them were busy scheduling all those required technical issues, food and all those things. So they had to jump around here and there for this particular thing. So during the constriction of time, we are their wonderful thoughts have been left out. So it doesn't matter. We will do it physically and we'll be uploading in the national webinar, which has been recorded. So, and on behalf of that, I would present a very brief paper of mine, and after that it will be a vote of thanks and the program is going to end. Okay, so we hardly have not more than 15 minutes. Okay, so within 6 minutes or so, I'll just try some of my presentation, because my presentation is on. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, the entire screen. Okay. So is it visible? My screen is visible? Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
so actually my topic was delivering social justice to public policies in a liberal welfare state. Okay. So I'm an assistant professor in Department of Political Science from Banwarilal Bhalotia College, Asansol. So I'm moving my lips as fast as possible so that I could make up my time. So when you talk about justice, there are different perspectives of social justice. Okay. Like say, for example, liberal justice, Marxist perspective of justice, libertarian perspective of justice, Marxist perspective of justice, feminist perspective of justice, subaltern perspective of justice. These scholars, this particular theories and ideologies have their own interpretation of justice in a society. Liberal perspective of justice completely opposite to Marxist perspective of justice. And feminists, they have their own interpretation of women, that women's justice is to be provided in a society. So after moving on from that first part, I'll move to the concept of social justice. Now, what is social justice? It is, in a democratic society, it is the role of the state doing a welfare activity and providing a just society, egalitarian society, not on economic basis, but providing political opportunities, political equality, social equality, and somehow or the other, the economic equalities to the marginalized and the so-called the poor people. Why it is very important? See, I would have justified from libertarian perspective of justice and Marxist perspective of justice, but I felt that liberal perspective of justice is what I felt is much more, because libertarian perspective of justice talks about bringing a new liberal state. A new liberal state means where the entire society or the economy is under the control of the market forces. So it is tomorrow the market forces which is going to decide what would be the cost of the different societal goods, and most of the social institutions like school, colleges would be privatized and controlled by the market forces. So that would be very bad, and that would be quite unacceptable, especially if you see in terms of the Indian society, where we followed a development model which was completely similar to the Western model. But Western model of democracy has been unsuccessful in implementation to the Indian version of in the Indian society. Now, say for example, when you talk about the libertarian perspective of justice or neoliberalism, or in his book Robert Nozick, you've heard about him. He has written a book on the entitlement theory, and his perspective of justice was was an answer to the Rawls theory of justice, where monopoly of individualist market monopoly would be given to the individual freedom. The individual freedom would decide what would they do regarding paying of taxes. They believe on completely non-interference of state over the individual freedom. So what they thought was state is something bad, and state is going to hamper the individual freedom. Similar to here, the supporters are supporters. There are many supporters on the libertarian perspective of justice. And if you talk about the Marxian perspective of justice as well, Marx talks about the structural changes. The structural changes means you know that Marxian perspective of justice believes on that the present society is controlled by the capitalist class, the ruling class, and it is the capitalist base. Therefore, the superstructure is controlled totally by the capitalist forces. And the Marxist talks about eradicating, completely destroying the present capitalist mode of production. They just want to completely change the economic structures what we have today. Instead of that, they want to bring communism, a total economic forces, mode of production controlled by the community. So this is also quite dangerous because community-controlled economy or a total state-controlled would also be very dangerous. So because monetary thing and materialist thing, development, the liberal development has become the robust democratic institution which supports the liberal mode of production or liberal policies. The complete changing of this economic structure is also impossible. So here comes the welfare state, which acts as a cushioning effect between the libertarian and the pro-Marxian perspective of justice. So welfare state would be a better perspective for providing justice to the marginalized. It is the state which is taking the active part along with the civil societies for providing justice to the underdeveloped and the privileged. So how it can be provided? So how it can be provided? It is through providing, creating social structures, political institutions, social structures like government colleges, health education, let's say, for example, providing facilities to the underprivileged. Say, for example, in a democratic society, in India, say, for example, in terms of Indian society, a son of rickshawala can be an IPS and IAS. So how is it possible? It is only possible if the state provides free education, government provided education, so that they can get their education in a proper manner, where they have to pay less, so that they can so that it would be an opportunity for those underprivileged, so that they can become successful in their career, and after that being supportive to the society. So I mean, in a nutshell, providing all those details, I think it is not possible for me to explain all these things within 10 minutes. So I have to give time to the today's anchor, Assistant Professor Piali Banerjee Paul. Okay, so I'm handing this with this. If there's any question from the participants, I can. Yes.
So, okay. So I have a question regarding your the way you have talked about distribution, right? And you said that the libertarian means the justice should be provided based on the libertarian principle.
No,
And
not
here-
on libertarian perspective. It has to be midway, not libertarian perspective,
Yes.
neither
So
Marxist.
there's a contradiction between John Rawls and Robert Nozick, right? John Rawls, on the one hand, he is talking about the redistribution, which is something based on unjust. If there's any justified manner to redistribute, then he is promoting the redistribution. But on the other hand, Nozick is saying that he is promoting a minimum form of government, minimum interference. He said that no, redistribution should not be promoted. Why? Because it is something which is violating the rights of individual. Right? Why someone will give my right, someone will give my property without my own consent? Isn't it violation of the right? I mean.
Yes, I got the answer. It's a violation of individual right as well. But I mean, talking in terms of justice. Justice is a social issue, not an individual issue. Am I correct?
Yes.
Justice, social justice.
Yes.
Term social itself is referred to society. So justice itself is a social issue. So, and which is contradictory to the individual rights. So Robert Nozick was talking about individual freedom, and you're talking about the rights and liberties to be delivered to the marginalized, to the least advantaged, according to the Rawlsian perspective.
Based on lexical principle.
Yes, definitely. I would have explained, taking help of Rawls theory of justice, but with limited constriction of time, I couldn't explain.
Sure, sir. We enjoyed
just
it.
the explanation in a brief nutshell. So, is there any question? Further question from any of the participants? Acha. So, with this, I am handing this platform to our anchor, today's anchor, Assistant Professor in Political Science, Piali Paul Banerjee, for a vote of thanks. Please.
Well, we had a prolonged discussion regarding social justice and its perspective. Thank you, all the resource persons and the participants. The concept which we have gathered can be shared together, that social justice is generally identified with the concept of freedom, liberty, equality. And as we all know, having a background of political science, that the term can be coined or traced back to ancient times. What my point of view was that justice in contemporary India regarding women's empowerment. But since we have presented the paper physically, already engaged in this part, it's just a small notion that we, the women, should not only think empowerment in terms of economic basis, but it should also be done mentally. Mental empowerment is much more important for women, I think, for the establishment of further social justice. So with this part, we come to an end of the session. My heartfelt thanks to IQSC coordinator, Dr. Shudipto Dash, Assistant Professor, Department of Mathematics, for his full support. My thanks to Professor Animesh Mondal, Department of Botany, who bared no pain in giving his best technical support to make our webinar a success. Early in the morning, till ditch, he is with us. So my regrets to him on behalf of Pol Science Department Hindi Shift. My thanks to Dr. Kakuli Mondal, Department of Political Science. Ma'am, am I wrong? I'm sorry, I beg apology. Dr. Kakuli Kundu, she is with us. Dr. Debashish Mondal from History Department. My heartfelt thanks to every technical staff. With this, we come to an end of the session. Thank you.
If there is any queries?
If there is any queries, please feel free to contact our convener, sir, personally.
Should we switch off the recording?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for your support, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all of you for organizing such a beautiful, wonderful national event.
And Professor Shubham, your presence was wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
I just tried. I'm basically from West Bengal only, but here I'm in Gujarat, in the Maharaja Sahaja University as an assistant professor.